Need help?
Farewell.
I have the finest wires in the land. Good.
Hello. See you around.
Looking for something specific?
Greetings.
Welcome back, Defenders.
Welcome
I wasn't
back,
going to
my
make an
friend.
update video today, but there is so much going on. We're going to do a half episode today, and then I'll be back with a full update video tomorrow. But for today, let's just cover two important events that occurred in the last 2 days. First, Ukraine's long Neptune missile and drones hit Russian oil terminal and air defenses in Novorossiysk. Observers tracking open source footage linked some of the strikes to a military unit housing S-300 or S-400 systems. NASA firms confirmed fires across Novorossiysk. This was the Russian port city of Novorossiysk 2 nights ago, and that is a very large mushroom cloud emanating from Russia's oil terminal. Now, this is a little confusing because here on the channel for the last couple weeks, we've been talking about the Russian port city of Tuapse. Currently, the oil export terminal and refinery in Tuapse is offline, but Russia has a second oil export terminal in Novorossiysk. All of Russia's shadow fleet tankers, I assume, once Tuapse shut down, they've been redirected to Novorossiysk. So Ukraine is now going after this port city. And here is what it looks like kind of zoomed in. This is where Russia's Black Sea Fleet naval assets are located. This is the oil terminal. And this is a Russian military unit where they set up air defense systems. I'll show you the pictures in a second. But this is the firm status showing where the fires were located. This is the oil terminal. This is the naval base. This is the civilian area for exporting. And then this is where the military barracks were with the air defense system. There is a fantastic video. I wish I could play it for you guys. Every time I try and show any kind of combat footage, there's like this Egyptian television station that then puts a copyright on the video. I could appeal it, but that takes 30 days, so I just have to link these down below. So this shows the air defense systems in Novorossiysk going off. The person who took this video, I think, is from Turkey.
Are you trying to do?
Ukraine's drones and their cruise missiles.
What are you trying to do, Kato? I'm not sure, bud.
Russia's air defense systems. They struck everything they wanted to strike last night. Open source intelligence can geolocate whenever there's a picture or a video, and there's recognizable landmarks such as this church, so we know for sure that the oil terminal
I
was
haven't
on
checked
fire.
out.
And this is the secondary explosions from a Neptune missile striking an S-400 air defense system. This is a pretty large explosion with all of the rocket fuel
Kaito.
burning in the atmosphere.
Kaito.
This is a well-known shopping area in Novorossiysk, so we can geolocate where this explosion occurred. And it happened right here. When you zoom in the satellites, we can see the transport erector launchers for either an S-300 or an S-400 system. So according to the satellites, we've got
I've always
4 launchers located right here, another 3 over here. There's also special equipment such as radars, I think right here and right here.
Let me check it out.
But this is the oil terminal, currently on fire and exploding. I'll link all these videos down below if you want to see it for yourself. Zelensky releases footage of Ukrainian long Neptune missiles striking deep into Russia. Kyiv recently unveiled the updated version of a Neptune anti-ship missile, the same that was used to sink the Moskva cruiser back in April of 2022. This is President Zelensky releasing the video, and I can link it down below, but it's just a 9-second clip showing
Where are my skin?
and I think these were
Where's my
the
skin spot?
long-range
Thousand
Neptune
needles.
missiles that went into Russia and destroyed their port city of Novorossiysk. This is a comparison. This is the baseline Neptune. This originally was a Ukrainian anti-ship missile, but they've added more fuel and I'm guessing a bigger payload. The new long-range Neptune, it's estimated maybe it can go 1,000 kilometers, so lots of great targets within a 1,000 kilometer range of Ukrainian-controlled territory. Here's a still image from a video showing the oil terminal on fire.
I'm trying to figure
and
out.
because there's recognizable buildings, once again, open source intelligence can confirm exactly where this occurred. And this is the most sensitive, delicate, important part of the oil export terminal. I'm guessing there's probably a little bit of refining going on here as well. And it took 2 days, but these are the earliest satellite images. This is the before, and this is the after. A direct hit. A massive explosion. This oil terminal is FUBAR. It's not coming back anytime soon.
Well, it looks like my notification should be going through.
General estimates. How long will this oil terminal be offline? Best case scenario, this is Russia's #1 priority. They have the best people trying to fix it. 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of downtime. Concerning the air defense systems, this is the satellite images. This is November 11th. This is November 15th, so as of this morning. And yes,
I'm not sure if you're even able to give me bits or something like that. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. Even then, I appreciate the gesture anyway. I wouldn't worry about it.
Once again, devastating. In
It's
addition,
okay.
there were radars located next to these launchers. Those were also
You don't have to
destroyed.
worry about all that.
This was
There's
the
big
safest
fucking
place to put
bombing.
radars. Next to the air defense launch
This is where I'm at in
with
hardcore on
Russia's
my paladin.
S-400 air defense systems
Questing
can't
right
shoot
at
down
this
these
mine.
Neptune missiles. Then they're
What
pretty
the
worthless,
bomb?
because more of these Neptune missiles are coming. A source in the Ukraine's military emphasized that each destroyed air defense system
Kaito.
creates a hole in the defense that
Kaito,
Ukrainian
like
drones and
Kaiba.
missiles will definitely exploit.
Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Here is Google satellite images, and this is pretty fascinating just to zoom in. This is definitely where the oil export terminal is located. You can see there are Shadow Fleet tankers currently filling up when this satellite image was taken. This is the naval base when Russia abandoned the port city of Sevastopol. It wasn't safe for their frigates and cruisers to remain there. But now Novorossiysk isn't safe.
No
And
way, I
there's
can
nowhere
send
for
these
these
ranks,
warships
right?
to go unless they sail into the Sea of Azov, and then they use the canal system to go upstream just to, once again, get away from Ukraine's new long-range threats. You then have the civilian and cargo shipping areas, but the air defense systems and the military barracks were located down here. I'm guessing this is also a military area. Here's the accomplishments. Russia's suspends oil exports after Ukrainian drone attack, according to sources. Novorossiysk has halted oil exports on Friday
I
after
need a
Ukrainian drone
mobility
attack,
thing.
and the oil pipeline monopoly Transneft suspended crude supplies to the outlet. This is two industry sources telling Reuters confidentially. Transneft declined to comment. So Transneft is no longer sending crude to the export terminal, and the export terminal is no longer loading up Shadow Fleet tankers. This is a disaster for Russia. Now you might see headlines such as this: oil gains more than 2% as Russian port suspends oil exports after Ukrainian attack. But when you go to the price of ice Brent crude, it's barely noticeable. There is no oil shock. The world is not freaking out. Yes, there's a 2% price, but on the spot in the charts, you can't even tell the difference. But there's going to be a difference felt for the Russians. The Ukrainian attack halts oil exports to Russia's Novorossiysk, affecting 2% of global supply. Russia's Black Sea port in Novorossiysk suspended oil exports equivalent to 2.2 million barrels per day, or 2% of global supply. The math's not
People either pronounce my name
Russia is
Venator or
getting
Venator.
$50, $55 a barrel.
I don't even know
And
which
they
one's
can no
correct, to be
longer
honest with you.
export from this terminal 2.2 million barrels per day. Then they're losing
The different way the people pronounce Venator. I once ordered pizza under that name. Ido. I used my Venator email and it autofilled my first and last name as Venator Longstride. So whenever the pizza guy came up to the front door, he was like, "I have a pizza for Venator?" And I was like, "Oh, that's me." I was only living with I was only living with you for a couple of months.
But that is the direction we are going. This is a winning strategy for Ukraine. Russia's been putting on a
That was,
brave face.
you know, I played WoW.
Their economy cannot survive if all of their refineries and export terminals go offline. Russia today is not exporting a single drop of oil out of the Black Sea. They still have their export terminal in St. Petersburg. But what's to stop Ukraine from going for that next? We just need to let this play out. We need to stall for time, and we have to continue these kinetic sanctions. I'm sorry, but the G7, the United States, the EU, applying sanctions, this is more effective. This is more devastating. When Ukraine defeats Russia, this will be the reason why, and Russia knows it. So the Russians are angry, and when they're angry, they just like harming and killing innocent people. Russia launches massive air attack on Kyiv, killing 6 and wounding 36 civilians across the capital. Children and a pregnant woman among the injured. Every district hits, Russia hammers Kyiv in unprecedented assault. 4 dead, high rises ablaze across the capital. Ukraine did their best. Russia launched 449 drones and missiles simultaneously, including 6 caliber Iskander cruise missiles and 2 Kinzhal hypersonics. Here's the map. I mean, this is not very subtle what the Russians are doing. They're not going for valid military targets. They're just targeting anything that can catch fire in the capital city of Kyiv. Their goal is terrorism. They've been doing this for 4 years, but somehow they think if they're just a little bit meaner, if they're just a little bit more cruel, then Ukrainians will all of a sudden decide to surrender and submit to their subjugation. I can share the pictures and videos. I'll put some links down below, but this is an apartment building in Kyiv that the Russians hit. This is an apartment building in Kyiv the Russians hit. This is an apartment building in Kyiv the Russians hit. This is an apartment building in Kyiv the Russians hit. These are not accidents. These are deliberate. This is a children's nursery in an apartment building that the Russians blew up because they're targeting and trying to kill women and children. Russia's military does not know how to win. It's been 4 years. They have no way of effectively advancing, and their only hope is terrorism. Just get Ukrainians to leave the country, weaken the economy, or build pressure so they'll just surrender and allow Russia to take their capital city. Every night. This is a family sheltering in their basement. I'm assuming this is 3 children and then 2 dogs and a cat. This air attack by Russia was 5 hours of drone, missile, and air defense system explosions as Ukrainians had to shelter wherever they could. Here's President Zelensky about the attack from 2 nights ago. Since last night, our emergency services have been working at the sites of the Russian strikes, the wicked attack. As of now, we know of dozens of wounded, including children and a pregnant woman. Sadly, 4 people have been killed. My condolences to the families and the loved ones. About 430 drones and 18 missiles were used in the strike, including ballistic and aeroballistic missiles. Ukraine is responding to these strikes with long-range strength, and the world must stop these attacks on life with sanctions. Russia is still able to sell oil and build its schemes. All of this must end. A great deal of work is underway with partners to strengthen our air defenses, but it is not enough. We need reinforcement with additional systems and interceptor missiles. Europe and the United States can help. We are counting on real decisions. Thank you to everyone who helps. I do want to share just one story to make this real. This is Andre, and he gave an interview because both of his parents were killed by the Russians 2 nights ago. This is Andre speaking with a reporter. Were your parents killed? Yes. Could you share what happened, please? They lived in a village and decided to spend the winter in Kyiv. They had just arrived 5 days ago. And last night we got a call saying there was a strike and that it was impossible to open the apartment. We took the keys and came, and when I walked in, I understood that everything was destroyed. There was no wall, nothing left. Everything was buried under the debris. And then they told us that my mother had been killed on the spot, and my father was lying under a slab, and had most likely also been killed. Your apartment faced the side where the strike hit, yes? Yes. You can't even enter there. Everything is buried under the debris. And the neighboring apartment has no wall either. The top panel fell right where the bed was. How old were your parents? They were born in 1952 and 1952. We're waiting for their bodies to be recovered, and then we'll figure out what to do. My father had cancer, I took care of him. That's all. Please accept our condolences. I'm sorry. We're very sorry for your loss. It's tough, guys. Here's Ukrainian journalist Maria Avdiva and her response to Russia's massive attack. Woke up with no electricity, went shopping in the dark, going to bed the same way. Russia thinks this will break us. Instead, we grow stronger. This is Maria Avdiva shopping in her local grocery store. Another clip. Ukraine is in blackouts. The kids still want to train at football, so their parents are helping them by using cars to light up the pitch. Without electricity, without heat, without running water, the Ukrainians are just adapting. Final thing I want to mention before wrapping up today's video is that friend of the channel, Richard Woodruff, is running another VidNova fundraiser. These are rehabilitation retreats for Ukrainian defenders in the hospital with their families. They get to go to a nice facility in the Carpathian Mountains. 4 or 5 days of peaceful rest with their family. This includes the therapists and the activities and 3 meals a day plus the lodging. I'll link the video down below where Richard would like to ask you guys for donations. It's up on my second channel. I haven't officially mentioned this in the video, but yes, I do have a second YouTube channel now with the purpose being posting clips. Not everyone has 30 minutes to watch a full update video, but I'm gonna start making 1 to 3 minute clips of certain stories of my show, and then I'll put them on social media platforms, but also now on my second YouTube channel. And there might be some other fun or interesting videos here if you just want to follow me there. I'll also link what these VidNova retreats look like for Ukrainian defenders recovering in the hospital. Looks like a fantastic experience. I'll put all the donation links down below. Thank you everyone who continues supporting me. That's all for this update video. I'll be back tomorrow. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. If you found this video informative, give me a thumbs up. Best way to support the channel. Comments and questions, let me know down below. I love hearing from you guys. Till the next video, keep defending the truth, keep defending democracy.
Folks, welcome back. My name is Rudy. You're watching Off and Up. Today we have an interesting Dear Rudy storytime video regarding a local game store and some problems. I'm going to read it to you guys, okay? Rudy! What's happening, man? What's happening? Come inside. Long-time follower here. Sorry. Wanted to reach out and see some. I opened up a card store with some of my friends. Then we could all pull up our money, get enough money to get this business. Eventually, I had to make the call to fire my friends, and they were very upset with me. Abandoned the store, and our sending distributor accounts. We went back and forth. After many long story short, I had to sign away the name of the business and rebuild my own thing, start all over. And of course, people are mad. They slandered my name across communities and social media, of course, and told people not to pay me or scam and everything. Any advice, what would you do? Okay, so there's a lot of ways to do this. First, as you all know, I do not believe in going into business with partnership. Historically, is a very, very high degree of failure. There's friends involved. The problem ended up being just how life's done. I've experienced it for 20 years. Every time something doesn't go a certain way, you're going to lose people. They're going to hate you. They're going to kind of fabricate things in their mind. They're going to think you're out to get them. This is very normal behavior in business, and most of it's usually untrue. Happens to all industry. Okay? Understand that. Now, the fact that you need it in this story, this individual needed multiple people to pool money together to even get the open sign up is a red flag to me that you have no business. Okay, an undercapitalized store is a ticking time bomb for most situations because all it's going to take is one downturn in the market, a couple bad releases, and you ain't going to have enough money to pay your creditors. You're toast. You're done. So undercapitalization is one of the biggest Achilles heels of local car retail businesses, food service, restaurants, any of these things. I've had ownership in restaurants, retail, office, rental, local game stores, none of this. And I can tell you, the number one stress point is cash flow. And of course, you go into a bad couple months. And when it comes to retail, local game store, all it's going to take is a release of Commander Masters, Boulder's Gates, Spider-Man, and if it goes down on you, and you don't get happy now, it goes down on you in a bad way, please, you're toast. You have no buffer. You're toast. Or, if the whole economy shifts on you, and then all the prices tank, distributors put things on sale, collections start walking in your door at the store to buy for half price, you can't even take advantage of the downturn market because you're already out of money. So you're in a combination of risky business with distribution and pre-ordering 3-6 months in advance. In addition, if you don't have the cash flow, when things get bad, you can't take advantage of marketing. You can't take advantage of collection buying and customers who need to raise capital. And then if prices skyrocket, the market booms, your allocations are low, and you may not even have enough money to pay the higher prices of the inflated restock prices and distribution for Pokemon right now. You're in this situation where undercapitalization is just the absolute worst potential scenario. I mean, again, years ago, I used to say 50 to 100,000 minimum to open a business. In 2025, with government regulation, taxes, overhead, security, utilities, sales, credit card, internet, phones, and signage, and oh my goodness, the cost of rent, the cost of payroll. I mean, yeah, that payroll, tacos. I mean, the average store is going to have to make at least probably 10,000 plus a month. Between probably more than that. I mean, a bare minimum store is going to have to make $10,000 a month, not in sales, and bottom line, flow it to the bottom line profit to even pay the overhead, to even get to their first real dollar of profit they can extract for salary. Like, the amount they get, 10,000 in profit in a retail card store business model is probably going to, I mean, even if your margins are 10 to 20%, you're going to have to do $20,000 to $50,000 in gross top line sales, maybe more than that if you're selling online with thinner margins for shipping the fees. I mean, the risk is substantial. Your reward is minimal. What? You get a cool place to go with your friends and congratulate you have a business and you're self-employed, right? Right? Next part of this thing. Yeah, honestly, losing $10,000 on this partnership that imploded, honestly, it's probably better than I thought it would. Probably like 50 grand to 100 grand. And yeah, losing your accounts, people slamming you. Okay, let's get back. So understand, I deal with this stuff all the time. So I feel like I'm a pretty credible person to talk about slandering names and anything. In the last 10, 11 years, as we all know, first of all, whenever something goes wrong in your local store, or a restaurant, or fast food, or anything, the way angry people get back at business owners in modern society is they like to do the review bomb, they like to go after, they want to cause collateral damage. That is the historic, modern day social media response to things going bad. Okay? So understand, when someone's angry at you because you sold them a card or a couple single cards in the display case in the store, They leave, the cars get banned, or they went down in price, or whatever the reason is. Who knows? And you don't want to give them their money back, or you don't want to undo or give them compensation. Whatever happens, if the customers are angry, or they read stuff about your store on the internet, on reviews, on Facebooks and MySpace and Ashley Madison's and Silk Road, when they read about you, in my, I would say actually, we kind of been moving forward. I've noticed a little bit of a tilt. I've noticed now, even with me, when people post a new attack threat on a business or an influencer or something, I've noticed it doesn't seem to have the impact it did 5, 6, 7 years ago. Like when I started this 10 years ago on YouTube, went public and everything, the internet, because again, Reddit is what the only reason I got off the ground and this channel got from 50 subscribers to like 5, 10, 15,000 was Reddit and the attacks. But I don't think it's a thing now. Like when I get usually about once a week, once a month. Let me give you guys an example. I'll get a patron who's angry. Their account got delinquent. They got purged off the system because it got delinquent. Or they voluntarily closed their account and, well, I wouldn't ship the order got refunded. They got mad. Or something happened. Anything along those lines, an ex-patron, an ex whatever. Usually that anger comes back to let's screenshot, let's post online, let's warn everybody about the store. Now, it doesn't seem to have the impact it did 3 to 5 years ago in the COVID and earlier era. I've noticed now there's even been times it actually has an inverse reaction when one person puts something negative about a business or a seller, me or anybody else. It doesn't seem to, it doesn't have the grit, it doesn't have the cutting straight attitude. Does that make sense? So I've noticed a cultural shift to the negative review bomb kind of angry customer thing. So to my response as an individual about, Rudy, what do you think about these people? They blasted me online, some bad things. And again, I'm not going to say what case or the name or anything, but I will tell you guys, this situation, it's on the West Coast. So I'm in Florida. This is West Coast, literally Nevada, California part of the country, okay? So very opposite of me. But my opinion on this situation, I actually wouldn't worry about it. Honestly, the other end of this, I would say probably lean into it. If you have people that are just attacking and bashing, it's affecting the local store. I would literally, I would just continue as normal business. Because remember, keep this in mind, everyone. I know it can feel like it, but majority of customers that walk into stores and walk into restaurants, most people don't go online and go through all the reviews before they walk in a restaurant or a store. I would be willing to bet, depending on what the business is and where it's located, maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 to 20% of people may check it, and that's higher than I think it's actually like less than 5%. But that's just me. Each industry, each business is very different. But like, if I'm going to go to Taco Bell, if I'm going to go to Chick-fil-A and order 15 waffle fries, I don't check the reviews of that location's Chick-fil-A. There's no point. Sometimes the fries are old and sitting there. Sometimes they're fresh and amazing. I already know this. I'm not going to say this woman, this is Debbie Downer, said that she got wrinkly old waffle fries because she posted 3 months and 2 days ago at 11 p.m. Should we not go? Should we just skip dinner time? Like, that's not if your friends and people are going to a new store nearby and one person pulls their phone and goes, there's some negative reviews online, I don't think we should all, I think we should stay home tonight. I don't think that's going to be the real deal. And trust me, this topic, I've dealt with it for over a decade of people and all kinds of anger and hate and X's and this and that. It's normal. Because remember, when you read a bad review of a restaurant or this local store on the West Coast, that's one person. You are not seeing the other 99 people who go there every week and every month and don't write reviews. Remember that. I think somebody told me historically, like, somebody told me, I think it was like every one negative review, it was like there's 100 usually neutral or positive reviews that just don't put anything online. It's like a 1 to 100 ratio or something. So I just want people to understand this kind of thing is that I think the most important lesson of this video is number one, wait till you have enough money to do a business. Historically, when you open a new business, the first 12 to 24 months, you're going to break even or lose money. Got to have cash. Got to be ready for the battle. Okay? Understand, 70% of businesses that open fail within a couple of years. Understand these odds that you're up against. And if you're in a high tax state, a volatile economy, maybe you're in like a Washington, D.C., or a Baltimore, or a city that's maybe has a lot of government jobs, right? And right now, the government's shut down. So you're in an area where half the people around you aren't getting paychecks. So suddenly your business can be impacted because of economic and political events that you're sitting here going, what happened to my customer? So there are outside forces that can impact your business that sometimes, like I said, timing and, I hate using the word luck, but there are other scenarios that can cause you to fail or do better or worse because of things you can't control. But the most important part of this video is the bottom of how to navigate with the public and customers. And I think I nailed that pretty good. I want you all just to remember that. Always do your own research. Always step back and ask. Okay, there's 5 people or 2 bottles in store in California. Do I not want to go there and check it out because of 5 random people on the internet? The store's been there for a year. They probably had 10,000 customers in a year, but 5 people are bashing on the internet. Do I want to make a decision based on anonymous people? How do I know some of these people aren't ex-employees? How do I know some of these people are competitors? I mean, just to give you guys some, I feel like I should almost do a Rudy lore backstory. Let me give you guys 2 lessons real quick. We're going to end it today and move on into sunset. For example, a long time ago, there was Facebook. And I allowed my patrons to link to this Facebook group back in like 2019 or 20, this is like 5 years ago. And I allowed people to communicate and talk and have full card discussions. And what was happening is people would become Rudy patrons. They would link and go to this third-party private group, and they would close their account. And then, when a big hot new set or new drop would come along, they'd want to come back and reopen it. And of course, back in 2019-20, I started realizing, digging through my own account history, that there were tons of people that were opening and closing their patron accounts 5, 6, even 10 to 15 times, avoiding paying anything and gaming the system. Which, again, is why we are where we are today. And then, on top of that, it led to people who were angry because I banned them and wouldn't let them come back for the 7th time. And then they get mad. And they start going online, telling people how to steal, how to do chargebacks, how to steal from your local store, how to steal from Rudy. And they were all in these private groups. So then I had to, then I worked with other individuals, went through and essentially banned almost everybody in the entire thing. Got a list. I had some friends who got friends and got connections. We just wiped everybody out. I think we kept like 8 people that were just innocent, collateral damage. And another example, but the point is this, yeah, there are some things online that you have to deal with. And social media breeds behavior that's not always the same as real life. So when you read reviews about any store, any business, any restaurant, anything, you got to be careful. It's like saying, I don't want to use Amazon because there's 20,000 one-star reviews of Amazon. Okay? Well, Amazon has what? 30, 40, 50 million people paying for Prime every month, and you're looking at 0.0001%, you're going to make a decision, ignore the 99.9%. You have to be careful taking data online because the context is very important, and taking it out of context can give you false narratives. It's a very sketchy, dangerous thing. Another good example, in the past, I've learned these different things. I had another thing in 2021, I think it was 2021, 4.5 years ago, where there was, I'm going to end this video here, but I had people who ran copycat Rudy pages, copy and paste the whole system, were part of an LGS, and every employee at the LGS who could poach or steal a Rudy customer, they gave the employers $10 commissions and bonus checks for every customer, every person they could get to close the Rudy page account, get locked out, to leave, and post some, they almost literally placing bounties to try to get Rudy banned to stop the rise of the evil root. This was almost 5 years ago. So again, when you look things online, my advice to you, you seem like a nice person who wants to run a store, and you want to run it the right way. That's why you have all your business cards on this example, in this video. I don't think most people are going to care about the views. That's my closing statement. I gave you guys some history and more, and I want people to understand that. I hope those examples reinforce to you that the internet can be very deceptive, and what you read online may not reflect a real business, a real person, or a real company. And that's the reality. That's why you have to be careful. Do your own research, make your own decision, and go against it. You just read things online, this political person, this school, don't go to this school. Oh, did you hear about this restaurant? Don't go there, I heard about that. Did you know like 35 years ago, this grocery store was doing this in their meat department, or their seafood? Like, the internet is full of these copy pastas and wives' tales, and just things that can lead you on paths that aren't the real world. And unfortunately, with AI, everybody, with AI, I think it's going to be a lot worse, because we're going to get to a point where we're not going to be able to differentiate between AI videos and real things and real reviews, real businesses. And I mean, it's going to get tougher and tougher. So you got to be real careful with what you read about. And that goes with anything here. Hope this helps. Good luck to the business owner on the West Coast there. And please, do not let the drama, do not let angry people who dislike your business or you, don't ever let that stop. Like in the other video we did, you're always going to have people that want you to fail. Historically, in business and capitalism, there are more people hoping you will fail than people who will be proud of you if you actually make it in this world. And personally, I love success stories. If someone else out there can make a big successful LGS, their family, their kids run it, they're doing great things, and they're making money, I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. Everybody deserves to have a successful life. Goes into the future of their family, maybe both generations. I think positivity is back in this world. Good luck to you guys.
Today, I'm going to tell you 3 stories about places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace the stuffing in their pillow with cement. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly updates. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Around 4:45 p.m. on February 11, 1995, a 50-year-old man named Eric Tollett sat in his office in the furniture factory in Cumberland, which is a pretty rural country in northern England. From inside his office, all Eric could hear outside thumping rain on the roof. There was this low-pressure system in the area, which was causing a really intense thunderstorm. In fact, the storm was so bad, Eric actually decided to close the factory so all his employees could stay home and rest. And Eric was glad he could actually afford to give his employees a job like this, because it had not always been like this. He bought it 16 years earlier, and it had taken all of his savings and scrapped together all of his money to actually make the investment. And then after he purchased the factory, it required a huge renovation to make it ready to be a furniture factory. He could actually sell products out of it. But now, after 16 years of hard work, his business was quite successful. And so a day like today was no big deal. He wasn't all that concerned about the lost profits that he made. Instead, he was just using the time to catch up on some admin work and also spend some time with his family. Eric's girlfriend, whose name was Leslie, was at the factory with him, hanging out in the office as well. And also Eric's brother, whose name was Donald, had taken Leslie's 8-year-old son over to the factory's attached garage. But as Eric, shuffled through his paperwork and did a few things, and Leslie was over at the window looking outside, suddenly the door to his office swung open, and it was Leslie's 8-year-old son came barging in. There's no Donald, so Eric's brother's not with him. And the son just looked totally panicked. And he immediately said, before Eric or Leslie could ask any questions, that Donald had collapsed over in the attached garage. Now, initially, Eric didn't really know what to make of this, but his first thought was, his brother Donald was 60, he did have some health issues, and just hearing this kid say that Donald had collapsed, it signaled to Eric, like, oh my goodness, did Donald have a heart attack? Or he was also thinking, this kid's only 8 years old, is he overreacting? Is there actually something totally benign happening? Whatever it was, Eric knew immediately that it was time to drop everything and run over there and check on Donald. So that's what he did. He and Leslie put their stuff down, ran with the 8-year-old through all the way to this attached garage, which, in virtue of it being attached, they never actually went outside into the storm. They just ran straight to this garage. And sure enough, when they got there, there was Donald laying on the ground. And so before Eric ran over to his brother to assess him, to see what was going on, he just stopped right in the doorway and turned to Leslie and her son. He told them, go back to my office and call 911. I'll be in there as soon as I can. So they turned, they left. Eric turned back around, rushed into the garage, and knelt down next to Donald. And right away, you could tell his brother was not breathing. And as he's sort of feeling around for some sign of life, suddenly Eric began to feel this incredible tightness in his chest. And before he knew it, he blacked out and collapsed right next to his brother. So before Eric purchased this factory 16 years earlier, it had been a factory, but it was not a furniture factory. It was a coal factory. And in virtue of that, there was a coal mine that literally was attached to the structure. Basically, the coal would come up out of the mine and be processed inside of this, big warehouse. Now, when Eric bought it, he knew that there was this coal mine and there was this entrance to the coal mine connected to the structure. But the coal mine was not used. The entrance to the coal mine had been completely boarded up, and it really played no role whatsoever. However, over the decade and a half that he owned this property and didn't think at all about that coal mine, well, over that time, this poisonous gas called choke began to develop inside the mine.
What?
And then on the day that Eric and Donald collapsed inside the garage, well, it was because the low pressure storm outside caused those poisonous gases to rise up and seep out the boarded up entrance. And those poisonous choke dam gases built up inside of that attached garage, basically making that entire room lethal to anybody inside of it. So unfortunately, Donald would die from poison. Eric, he passed out. He nearly died, but he was pulled out in time and ultimately woke up in the hospital and he did survive. At 10 a.m. on September 10th, 2022, a 68-year-old woman named Diana Stewart stood on the deck of a small boat in the Pacific Ocean, less than a mile off the eastern coast of New Zealand. She looked out into the perfectly calm, lake blue water, and she saw this albatross bird flying across the sky. So she lifted up her camera and took a picture. Diana was a wildlife photographer. She was also a member of the Nature Photography Society of New Zealand. And she, along with 9 other members of this society, had chartered this boat for a special bird watching and photography trip. And so far, the trip had lived up to the hype. They'd spent 2 hours sailing around the water, photographing all these beautiful and rare birds and other wildlife. They'd even been lucky enough to see a couple of whales. So this had been really a fantastic trip. Now, at this point, the group had basically finished up their trip, and they were making their way back to the shore. And so as they were going, Diana was keeping her eye on the last picture opportunities. As she was looking around looking for birds, she noticed something in the water. There was something huge moving sort of near the boat. It actually looked like it was moving towards the boat, sort of at an angle. And at first, she couldn't really tell what it was. But then suddenly it came into focus that it was an enormous whale, this huge whale, was going to swim basically right under the boat. So Diana, she pulled out her camera and take a photo. But then the worst thing possible happened. This whale, sure enough, came towards the boat, but it didn't go under the boat. It rammed the side of the boat. And before Diana could do anything, suddenly the boat was onto its side, and she and the rest of the crew were thrown off the boat into the frigid water. And the second she hit the freezing cold water, her life jacket that she was wearing automatically inflated. It's one of those auto-inflate life jackets. It inflates, and she's sort of disoriented. The water was so shockingly cold. I mean, this is a completely unbelievable situation to find yourself in. But as she surfaced and she tried to get her bearings, she realized there was pitch black everywhere she looked, and it was so loud. She could barely hear anything but the sound of the engine of the boat. And that's when she realized, she put her hands up, that the boat must have capsized and landed on top of her. But there's this little bit of air. She's basically in an air pocket, but she can't hear anything. She just hears the sound of this engine, and it's deafening. And so she began calling out for help, and she tried to kind of maneuver out from underneath, this curved underside of the boat that created this pocket, but she couldn't find her way out. And this life jacket she had on was fully inflated. She couldn't, deflate it. And because of her buoyancy, she couldn't swim down below and get out from under this boat. And so she's sort of trapped underneath this boat. It's freezing cold. The water could easily give you hypothermia in less than 30 minutes. It's total chaos. It's loud because of the engine. And so Diana's trying not to panic. And as she's sort of looking around, fumbling in the dark and gasping for air, she realized there were other people also trapped underneath. And so she's grabbing at them and trying to talk to them, and they're all panicked. She has no idea, what their state is, hurt. She doesn't know. And so basically her only option at this point was just to bang on the underside of this boat, just trying to get anybody's attention outside and out from underneath where they were to know that they were trapped underneath. They needed help. And in fact, when she began knocking, there were people outside the boat, basically who had been thrown off the boat. Everybody had been thrown off the boat. There was 11 people. 6 people were not trapped under the boat. 5, including Diana, were trapped underneath. And so as Diana is pounding the underside of the boat, the skipper, a guy named Mark, he was one of the 6 who were outside, and he clearly heard the knocking sound. So he is obviously in a bad situation too, same as everybody else in the water. But he was in a markedly better situation because he's not trapped in this boat. And so he quickly understood that, okay, he needs to gather the 6 people he's with and to make sure they're okay, and then figure out how they're going to get these people trapped under the boat out. And so his first instinct was just to bang back on the side of the boat and to let them know, hey, we hear you. But again, you got to picture the scene. They are suddenly in the water because a whale flipped their boat. They have no idea this boat's going to sink any second here. The engine is currently running, so it's super cold. The water is freezing cold. You're out in the middle of the ocean. Like, this is a true life or death situation. But Mark, he does his best to stay calm. He's hitting the boat back to let the folks know down underneath the boat that they're okay, we'll get you out of there. Underneath, Diana and others, they're starting to panic. It's hard to breathe down there. I mean, there's really not much air. The water's choppy because they're moving around. It's been gulping down water as they're doing their best to survive down there. And they just keep hitting the boat back, saying, come on, you gotta get us out of here. But periodically, they still try to force themselves out from underneath. But again, their life jacket just made it impossible. They didn't have a way out unless they ditched their life jacket. But then that's another problem. Are you really prepared to ditch your life jacket? You don't know that there's obstacles when you swim out from the water. You don't know if you're even strong enough to make the swim. What happens if you get stuck down below? Like, there's all these factors that sort of force the group under the boat to do nothing and wait, just bang the underside of the boat. And so Mark, out on the outside, with his group of 6 people, including himself, they actually climbed on top of the flipped underside of the boat. The boat was big enough that he knew their extra weight would not cause it to sink any further or create a worse problem for those in the water. He just knew he had to get those people out of the water before they turned. And once they were all up there, Mark found one of the people he was with, their cell phone, despite being submerged, was still working. And so Mark took the phone, called the police, and said, gotta send somebody out here right now. We have people trapped in the water. We need your help. Authorities said they would be out there as soon as possible. And sure enough, authorities were able to get out to the boat fairly quickly. And they were able to get Mark and 5 others that were trapped on top of the capsized vessel to safety, and then divers were sent into the water and went underneath the boat. And sure enough, 5 others, and included when the boat was actually hit by the whale and capsized, it caused some of the gasoline lines to rupture. So there was this leak in the gasoline lines, and when the boat was upside down, that leak was basically pouring into the air pocket. The dark, freezing cold, loud, awful air pocket was basically filling with toxic gasoline fumes. Ultimately, 17 minutes after capsizing, all 5 died from gasoline poisoning.
Well,
On Sunday, November 6th, 2022,
that was fucking
21-year-old
brutal,
man
bro.
named Evgeny Titov walked out of his home in a small city called Chigulins, which is in western Russia. Evgeny got into his car, and then he drove about an hour and a half north to his parking lot. He parked, and then he got out and walked a few blocks to a nearby train station. When he got there, he asked the person behind the counter when the next train was going to St. Petersburg. They told him there was one leaving soon. He bought the ticket, and then Evgeny sat and he waited. Eventually, his train rolled through, climbed aboard, took a seat, and for the next 43 hours, because St. Petersburg was 1,000 miles away, Yevgeny just sat there, basically doing nothing for nearly 2 days. He didn't bring anything with him from his wallet. That's it. Just sat there, just waiting to get to St. Petersburg. When they got to St. Petersburg, late on the night of Tuesday, November 8th, Yevgeny, as could be, stood up, train, and then somehow, possibly by the train or the bus or the foot, or maybe somebody gave him a ride, I don't know, but he traveled about 15 miles south of that train station to Kolva Airport in St. Petersburg. But when he got to the airport, he didn't, board a plane like one would do at an airport. Instead, he found his way to this one very specific parking lot that was outside the airport. Several hours later,
Don't
early
cry.
hours of Wednesday, November 9th, a random person was on their way through that same parking lot on the way to the airport. And they started to hear something. It actually sounded like muffled screaming. And at first, they sort of chalked it up to lots of people making their way to the airport, it's a kid, it's someone moving around, but they didn't seem serious. But as they walked towards this open manhole, they realized that the screaming they were hearing was actually coming from inside of this hole in the ground. The screams were from for reasons that we still do not fully understand. Yevgeny, after taking the manhole cover off, climbed down into this manhole, so it was deep underground. And then when he reached the bottom of the manhole, which was relatively wide all the way around, you could stand inside of it, there were these different offshoots, pipes that
Why
basically
you
traveled
kidding?
around. And Yevgeny got down and chose one of these pipes that was over a foot in diameter wide. It's like this pitch black, never-ending seeming tunnel. And head first, he began crawling in this tunnel. And he crawled nearly 40 feet before he finally just couldn't move any further. Keep in mind, every inch he was taking, he's basically wedging himself deeper and deeper into this pipe. It isn't like it was big and then narrow. No, it's this narrow pipe that he forced himself through until he just could not move any farther. And it was at that point, in the wee hours of Wednesday, November 9th, that Yevgeny began to scream. That's when the person found him. And authorities would go down inside the manhole, and somehow or another, after many hours and all the specialized equipment, they actually would, somewhat unbelievably, pull Yevgeny out of the pipe, and he would survive. Yevgeny would have to actually be hospitalized because he sustained very severe skin damage from basically thrusting himself deeper and deeper into this rusty long pipe. He also sustained gas poisoning and hypothermia. Again, he did live. Following this
Good for you,
ordeal,
Yevgeny.
authorities would launch an investigation into what exactly happened to him, because there was no clear reason why Yevgeny would have traveled all this way to go into this pipe. But when they spoke to Yevgeny after he made his recovery, after he was back to normal, he would just say he has absolutely no memory of doing anything.
Cool.
Thank you so much for watching.
We got
Let me know what you
coaxed
thought
in
of
by a
today's episode
spirit,
in the comments.
by a
And
demon.
remember, we have hundreds
Makes
of
me want to
videos
watch
for you available right now.
the
But if you're looking for a recommendation,
Makes me want to watch
that one video that's
Dead.
worth your time, well, it's this one right
I
here.
don't think so.
So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see you.
There are forces behind the scenes that are moving you. You have no idea what they are.
What?
The primary cry of our time is for a united
What
narrative.
kind of shooter is
Hero's narrative defines the foundation of things. So, what's the story? One of the things that a great story does is that it reveals truths that have been known since the beginning of time. That's a map. I don't believe that. Built a vision of your own destiny. The right map represents a journey that you want to take. The more potential will be released within you. Who knows who you could become? In this course, you're going to go through the chaos of the promised land. The meaning of the journey justifies the risk. You're going to take all the risks there are. Choose which ones to take. You're pursuing something of maximal value. That sense of meaning, it's a representation of a dynamic transformation. To believe something, stake your life on it. The worst of all things will come your way. Face that and prevail.
what?
So it turns out that there are two fundamental ways of looking at the world. And in the modern Western world, we've decided that one of them is primary. And I think we picked the wrong one. So what are the two ways of looking at the world? We can think about what the world is made of. Say, we can think about it from the perspective of experience or as a materialist, what it's made of. Or you can think about how to act in the world. And since you're alive, figuring out how to act in this argument of primary things with action, primary reality. Now, action is more than how you navigate the world. Moving, let's say, because your perception is also action predicated. Find out what it is, you have to direct your attention. And that happens many ways. It happens unconsciously. There's all sorts of mechanisms in your visual system, from your eyes back into the neural systems that control vision that are moving. When you look at something, you're not a passive observer, you're an active observer. There's no perception without action. There's no primary sense data about what the world is without action. You're locked in a framework of action, even at the level of attention. Now, you know this to some degree. If you're in a restaurant, you can forget about vision. Well, if you're in a restaurant, you're sitting with guests, you pay attention to them, perhaps the waiter and the waitress, not the rest of the people in the cafe, generally speaking, unless something strange happens. There's many things you could look at, but you direct your attention to what's of import. So you're focusing always on what's relevant and what commands center stage. And so the question is, what commands center stage and why? Now, in order to act in the world, you have to frame your perception. And the reason you have to frame your perception is because there's an indefinite number of things to attend to. So if you were painting this wall, that's a great choice. Perhaps it's not. It's a very featureless wall. Although if you attended to it very carefully, you'd see that there were gradations of shade and light and color. If you were going to be a photorealist, if you was attending to anything sort of a photorealist painting, you'd find out that although it's easy to consider the person black, there would be a very large number of color variations. There's an infinite amount of detail around it. An infinite amount of detail in the face, an array of faces in the crowd, in the place, around detail. The question is, what strategy do you use sequence the actions that underlie your perceptions in relationship to a goal. That's a good way of thinking about it. So what I've got here first is a simple frame of perception, and it consists of three parts. Wherever you are, you have a sense of where you are. You're situated somewhere because you're navigating, and you're headed somewhere as well. And then you have to strategize and organize your attention and your action in order to move you from the place you're at to the place that you're going. Now, the framework that you use to evaluate your attention is that structure. So, cybernetic theorists, starting with Norbert Wiener back in the 1940s, he worked on missile control systems in World War II. He was a founder of computation. And if you're trying to shoot down a missile, you have a beginning place, you have a trajectory of the missile, elliptical trajectory, the orbital decreases the gap between the projectile and the target till the target is hit. That's a cybernetic theory. Phenomenologists, starting with Husserl and then Heidegger, two famous philosophers. Husserl in particular, at least to begin with, was unhappy with the materialist, reductionist, atheist reality. And he hypothesized that our fundamental sense of what was most real had gone astray, especially after the dawn of the scientific revolution, with its concentration on its insistence that the material substructure was the most real phenomena. Phenomena means to shine forth. It's from the Greek word phanestai. So it means in a way what presents itself. Very expression, it's very excellence. That's a phenomenon. Something that grabs your attention, right? Captivates you or compels you to listen or watch or consider or follow or imitate. That's a phenomenon. As you make your way through the world, things shout out to you, command your attention, and make themselves relevant in relationship to your aims. So, if you're planning a pleasant interlude with a family member and they throw a curveball into the affair, then that phenomenon stands forth in your field of experience as relevant and negative. And it's negative because it deviates you from your intended goal. If you're out for a fight, you might be perfectly happy that something negative happened, right? So that's a foreshadowing of something we'll talk about more deeply later. Emotion is experience in relationship to a goal. Positive emotion indicates you're moving towards the goal. Negative emotion indicates that something has gone astray. You think about the cybernetic system that I described earlier. The anti-missile missile is unhappy as it deviates from the course. Right? Your emotions are trajectory.
What can I do for you?
Positive indicates forward movement and validates the frame of perception. A negative emotion indicates deviation from the path or failure of the frame.
See you around.
That's funny. Up yours, low powerless. We'll see who cancels who. Exactly. That's sort of fun. The best courses that have ever been offered publicly in terms of their quality of content, and also the production values are unparalleled. We figure we can offer people a high quality university level education for under $2,000. We might be able to get yeah. Cybernetics.
That's what I'll use.
Perceptual psychologists began to sort this out in the 20th century as well, not least with the observation that there was no perception independent of action, right? That Imagine that you're blind and you're using your fingers to put together a
Have a
competent
good one.
sensory picture of someone's face. That's exactly what you do with your eyes. Spot, 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 composite. There's a foreground that's fovea dependent. The fovea is the center point of your eye. It's the high resolution part of your vision. It requires much more neurological processing than the periphery. If your entire retina was foveal, you need a cortex that is many times larger to process it. You maximize the use of available neurological resource by pinpointing the fovea and intensely concentrating on the particular point of interest. Around your fovea, which is very high resolution, the world becomes lower and lower and lower resolution until out here you're seeing in black and white, and back here there's nothing, not even the sense of absence, right? So center point focus on what's relevant and important in relationship to a goal, surrounded by a periphery that disappears into what? Into, you could say, the void. You're using poetic terminology that'll be relevant as we start to understand the structured stories. That's a cybernetic frame. It's a phenomenological frame. Now, the phenomenologists Husserl and Heidegger redefined reality itself. And the reason they were doing that, there were two reasons. They were concerned that the divide between object and subject that had been set up as a consequence of the scientific and Enlightenment revolution prioritized the objective and left the subjective in a, you say, in an abyss of uncertainty and meaninglessness, in part because it was defined away. The subjective became epiphenomenological on a more fundamental reality. Now, that's an existential problem because we can't live in a universe that's devoid of all meaning but suffering, let's say. And it's perverse because there's no perception without a subjective observer. And if you contemplate the situation scientifically, even, let's say, the basic sense data that the empiricists believe that the world is made of is dependent for its existence on perception. Perception is dependent on action, and action is dependent on goal, and goal is dependent on value. And so the notion of some objective substrate of existence in the absence of a perceiver who's embedded in a world of value meaning is not tenable, even from the scientific perspective, partly because we know that perception is action predicate. Now, the phenomenologists tried to solve that subject-object divide problem, and the nihilism or valuelessness that emerges in the scientific worldview by prioritizing not objective reality, but experience as such. So you're sitting in this lecture theater, you have a focus of attention, that's why it's a theater. It's built to hint to you when you make your entrance how you're supposed to conduct yourself. The chairs are all facing in a particular direction. They converge on a point. The point is the point of the lecture. The point is the point of your attention. The point is the goal of your attention. Right? That all organizes your perceptions. It foregrounds some things, at least in principle, when you're not thinking or distracted. What I'm saying or the slides that I'm using. And that renders everything else increasingly irrelevant as it diverges from the central point. And so there's a foreground. Generally, when you're interacting with someone, the foreground of your attention is your face, and even more specifically, their eyes, and even more specifically, their pupil. And you do that so you can see what they're pointing to, because you can tell what they're interested in. You can tell what they're compelled by. You can read emotions through us. Our eyes are adapted. Evolution. Evolution has adapted our eyes to make them maximally visible. colored black against a white background so that when we interact with people, we can see what their point is. Having seen their point, we can inhabit their frame of reference, we can infer what's meaningful to them, we can adopt their emotions, we can mimic those emotions on our own body, and that's how we understand them. Our face is a value display system, right? And when you're concentrating on someone, you almost always look at their eyes. We're very, very good at that, even from a distance. You can detect small deviations in someone's eye gaze direction, because understanding the object of their attention and attention is the most important thing you can derive. You're focused here on what I'm saying, you're watching my face, you're watching my eyes, the world constructs itself around that. Husserl's fundamental point was that all perception is intentional. It's associated with a goal. It moves towards a point. And that point is related to the insistence that I put forward at the beginning, that our perception is action-oriented, that our problem is navigation. How do we get from point A to point B, from what is currently to what should be? We're always somewhere moving somewhere else. And then there's a gradient, which is why in this diagram there's a slant upward. What's the gradient? Well, if you're aiming up, the gradient is upward, the gradient is uphill. It's from a lesser place to a greater place. Why would you move from what is to what should be if the place you're headed to wasn't better than the place you're at, assuming you're not engaged in some form of counterproductive self-destruction? So there's a value gradient in perception itself that sets up the landscape for emotion, right? If you're moving from point A to point B, the value of the movement is the distance between the 2 points in relationship to upward aim. Now, the longer the distance, the harder the journey. So that's an energy expenditure problem. You want to foreground a goal that's valuable in relationship to where you are, that doesn't require more energy than you have to have. Now you can sequence goals. We'll get to that. Okay. What's this frame?
Have a good one.
It's a cybernetic frame. So cybernetic pioneers and developed robotics computation without embodiment. The phenomenologists, the psychologists of perception, all converge on the notion that we inhabit a frame of perception that organizes the world around us, that has a goal in mind. The last thing you need to know about that to begin with is that's the story. That's a story. So the postmodernists insisted that we inhabit the story. They dispensed with the notion that there was a central unifying story that was common to all places and all times, let's say, but they insisted, and correctly so, that even the scientific enterprise is nested inside a story. What's the scientific story? We're making things better. Otherwise, it's an evil scientist's story, and there's plenty of them too. And we might say that the true science is the science that serves what? Mankind, the good of mankind, and it's an upward journey, and that's not built into the scientific enterprise itself. It's the a priori frame that the scientist has to inhabit so that they aren't a threat, right? That's the case, say, for everything that we do. If any of your actions are predicated on an ultimately downward aim, then you're an agent of chaos, right? At minimum. A story. What's a story? A story is a description of a frame of perception. Now, think about this when you go to a movie. Think about what you're doing. So you see a sequence of subplots. And in the subplots, you see the characters in motion. You see them directing their attention. You infer their goals from their speech and their patterns of action. You put that together as a pastiche across multiple instances, and you draw your conclusions about the aim and direction of the character. Having done that, you can adopt that frame. Having adopted the frame, you see the world through the perspective of the protagonist, and you experience his or her emotion. Right? You do that to experiment with the frame perception with no risk. Some emotional risk. There's enough enthusiastic impetus in the imitation, so that even if you're watching a horror movie that would expose you to phenomena that normally would be aversive, placing yourself in the fictional frame and experimenting with the exposure is sufficiently motivating in a positive direction so that you'll pay for the privilege. Right. Why is fiction so important? Why are we so compelled by stories? Because a story is a description of the manner in which we frame our perception, our attention, and our action. So, there's a viewpoint that makes the story not secondary, not laid upon another more fundamental reality, but a priority. Now, there's obviously an interplay that has to occur between our understanding of how the world is constituted and how we should act in it. But the notion that there's a simple primacy of material being seems at minimum seems half true.
Can I help you?
Rife with conceptual flaws.
See you later.
The simplest frame, the simplest thing, you ask a party, kindergarten, what did you do today? I went to school with mom. Started at home, I went to school, that was the sequence. I went to school with mom, and on the way, a scary dog jumped at the fence and barked, and got afraid. We thought about going home, but we decided not to, and we continued forward. That's a little hero story. That's a disruption of the frame by an unexpected event, and then its reconfiguration, even at a higher level, because the kindergartner in that instance, in principle, discovers a courage to move forward into the unknown that he didn't know he had. Right. That's a micro hero narrative. And that's a variation on the basic frame. The simplest story is I was here, I went there, and this is how I did it. A more complex story is I was here, I was going there, and the bottom fell out. And then I went somewhere else and put myself back together, and I got a new frame, and away I went. Right, and that's a story of how a story transforms. That's a meta story. And all great stories are meta stories. Okay, so here's a more behaviorist version of the same idea of frame. What is the unbearable present? Why? Because now isn't good enough. Because otherwise you wouldn't be doing anything. You're always, this is the phenomenological, the philosophers that phenomenological insistence that your experience of the world is pitched always towards the goal of your attention and action. That imbues the frame of your experience with significance. Imagine sitting, not doing anything. Imagining, which is a form of action. Running various possibilities through your mind. Experimenting with the sequence of different aims. Evaluating the manner in which the emotional landscape shifts as you portray different fictional outcomes in an attempt to experiment with determining what course you should chart before you
What can I do for you?
implement in the real world. That's a dream. That's what dreams do.
Poorly aligned.
The more radical and improbable and incomprehensible dreams shift the elements of your framework of perception so dramatically that you can't necessarily explicitly understand the transformation. We'll talk more about that. You start at what is, if it's insufficiency. You move towards what should be. That's the value proposition. Why spend energy if the goal doesn't have value? If you expend energy towards goals that have no value, you die. Right? Honeybees, when they go out and find a flower bed, they come back and they signal to the other bees the navigation pathway to the flower bed, indicating by their level of enthusiastic movement the richness of the store of value. That's exactly what people do when they get excited when they tell you a story. They signal by their willingness to expend energy in the telling that the destination is worth the effort, right? That's a stable means of representing value, treasure, all the way from insects to human beings, right? So if you see a speaker who's pouring out energy in the exposition of their story, then you understand that they believe that the destination is worth the investment of energy. And that's compelling to you because your proposition would be, what? How could you possibly continue to expend energy if the destination wasn't of sufficient value, right? So that's why enthusiasm, which is positive emotion, and also the state of being possessed by the divine, entheos, is enthusiastic, right? Which would imply that the ultimate goal is the goal that fills you with enthusiasm, right? Which is a way, actually, of determining within the confines of your own framework of experience what it is that has intrinsic meaning to you. Because if you posit a goal, you see a goal, a possible future, and you frame your perception in a manner that produces no forward-moving impulse, which is positive motion, then you have no heart for the adventure. And so one of the ways that you investigate the structure of your own psyche, or your own unconscious, or your own being, or being itself, is by evaluating frames that switch goals until your emotions signify to you that the pathway is worth walking down. Now, it's more complicated than mere acquisition. There's going to be some risk along the way, which you want. You want that risk because you want to pick a goal that not only provides you with something that you recognize deeply as significant, but that transforms you as you pursue it, so that your capability to posit and pursue better goals increases. That's what you do when you play, right? You don't want it easy. You don't want it impossible. You want it challenging. You want it adventurous. You want it difficult. How difficult? That's what you're to determine. As difficult as possible while maintaining maximal enthusiasm. That's what children do when they play. That's what you do when you're playing. That's what you do when you engage in a game. If you're proficient at generating frames of play or story, then you maximize enthusiasm and developmental transformation simultaneously. Right? That's a good deal. That means that you're playing a game that's worthwhile, that gets better as you play it. Right? That's an upward, that's a Jacob's ladder, by the way. That's a stairway to heaven. Right? Exactly. That's a stairway to heaven. A spiral upward that moves into the ineffable good that communicates with the earth, that lays out a pathway upward. And your nervous system itself is tuned. This is an indication of the fundamental reality of these frames. Your nervous system itself is tuned so that what you experience within that frame of reference, when it's optimized, is meaningful motivation. Right. Now, let's think about this scientifically. How would have you evolved it past you? You specify a pathway forward emotionally and motivation, so biologically, if that wasn't real, right? If reality is what selects from among the variations that propose life, and reality has selected us to have an experience of deep meaning when we encounter the pathway that leads us upward and transforms us, how is that not real? Right. Simple story. I was here, I did this. What does it mean to do? It means fundamentally to move, right? That's where the rubber hits the road. Words make their embodiment in action. And so you can set a frame abstractly, but you act it out. And when you're acting it out, it's not abstract anymore, right? This is a solution in part to the mind-body problem. You can formulate the frame and the goal abstractly, but when you implement it, you're moving. The movement, that's not abstract. So consciousness, abstracted consciousness grounds itself in embodied movement. That's the incarnation of the spirit in the corporeal world. That's a way to think about it poetically, religiously, right? You take your abstract conception of the good, or depending on what you're pursuing, and you bring that down, and that's the breath of the spirit by God into man. That's a symbolic representation of that, or the idea of incarnation. That's the same thing. Your goal, your frame, is an active agent. You can think about it as a spirit. You bring that spirit down to earth and embody, and that's how consciousness transforms itself into action, right? You can infer the abstracted goal of a character by watching their action, right? What's he up to? I'll watch him and see. I'll see how he directs his attention. I'll see towards what he moves or what he avoids. And then or what he thinks is relevant and what he thinks is irrelevant. I'll infer the frame. You do this to yourself, by the way, and this is something to understand. You have proximal knowledge only of your frame of reference. You're here today, for example. So you deem that valuable. You put in the time and effort to come here. But why? Why are you here? And then you could tell me, and I could ask, why is that important to you? You could tell me that, and I could ask, why is that important?
His YouTube poops are pretty
That
big.
will make a change to where you don't know how to answer the question. And that's where your conscious knowledge of your own aims and motivations.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of brainpower to keep up with.
The psychoanalysts would say
He kind of drones on too, but
it's
I like him.
into the implicit. Right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. He likes to show off with his big words. He could say things so much more simply, but no. He has to flex his vocabulary. No, he has to flex his vocabulary.
Cognition, motivation. Psychologists had a proclivity to describe motivation as drives. And drive theory came from the behaviorists. The behaviorists attempted to demonstrate that our actions, and the actions of animals, were deterministic chains of reflexes. If you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll jerk it back. There's a feedback loop from your sensory nerves to the spine to your motor nerves. It's very fast because it's short. And if you encounter a particular noxious stimuli, one that would damage the receptive surfaces, that's a good definition of noxious, then you'll withdraw, which is an action, obviously, in the absence of any conscious intent, and extremely rapidly. The behaviorists tried to generate a model of motivation that chained reflexes together in increasingly complex manners to account for the kind of sophisticated behavior that animals were capable of, but ultimately failed. D.F. Skinner, who was an outstanding behaviorist, trained He trained pigeons to direct guided missiles using photographs. And he essentially did that using a process that looked, in a sense, like reflex chaining. If he was going to train a rat to climb a little ladder and then maybe walk across like another ladder that was horizontal and then down, he'd make the rats hungry first. He starved his laboratory animals to 75% of their normal weight so that they were maximally motivated by food. Then he would watch them, and when they moved around the cage and got close to the ladder, the base, he'd give them a food pellet. Then they'd start hanging around the bottom of the ladder. Now and then they put a paw up. Then he'd give them another food pellet. Pretty soon they were doing this. And then he could get them to climb up the ladder and to dance on top, to go down the other side. Behaviorists trained rats to run down runways. Let's call that reflex chaining. But then some smart behaviorist, and I don't remember who it was, tied the back legs of the rat up, put it on a cart, and it managed to go down the maze runway with no problem, even though it had never encountered that particular problem before. Animals, human beings with sufficiently complex nervous systems interact with the world in a manner that can't be accounted for by mere deterministic reflex chaining. Motivations are not drives. It's complicated. Now, see if I can unpack it. What a motivation, hunger is a motivation, thirst is a motivation. If you think about a motivation as independent as an emotion, from an emotion, there's overlap. Emotion and motivation aren't exactly scientific categories right there, folk categories. But for the purposes of our discussion, we're defining motivation as an instinctual goal. That's a better way of thinking about it. So you're hungry. Okay, you're working at home, and you start to become hungry. You notice. How do you notice? Because a new story pops into your head. Well, what's the story? It would be a good idea to go into the kitchen and find something to eat in the fridge. Right? And then that, as you become more hungry, that becomes more
Well
insistent.
met.
It attempts to take a grip of the perceptual structure within which you frame your attention, your action, and your emotions. You start thinking, it would be a good idea to go get something to eat. That's a tag of positive emotion. It's starting to become, my hunger is starting to become unpleasant, right? So you can see there's a competition between the frame of reference that you're using, let's say, to organize your work, and this emergent motivational state. At some point,
You need something?
things switch. Are you in a deterministic state then? No, you're navigating under the influence of a biological system whose goal is to satiate your hunger. Okay. Is that deterministic? Has deterministic elements. You know, the more ancient a motivational system is, the more it's associated with behavioral patterns that are, if not
Looking for
instinctual,
something
at least
specific?
very easy to learn. Right, so you can imagine that the longer across evolutionary history a motivational state has existed, pain for example, the more it comes equipped with a panoply of relatively at-hand behavioral and attentional mechanisms that it can put into play when it grips you. A toddler is a sequence of motivational states, an unintegrated sequence of motivational states. What are some motivational states? Hunger, thirst,
Greedy.
sexual excitation, pain, play. Those are some of the basic motivation states. Exploration, defensive rage, although anger is also arguably an emotion because you can feel it in relationship to a goal. But it can also signify a target. That's why motivations and emotions aren't exactly a clean category. No. The older and more profound the motivation, the more ancient the neurological system that mediates it. Many of the fundamental motivational states that set goals are hypothalamic. The hypothalamus is a brain area that sits on top of the spinal cord and provides the first order abstract integration of increasingly complex spinal reflexes. The hypothalamus mediates hunger, thirst, temperature, excretion,
See you around.
defensive aggression. That's one half. The other half mediates exploration. The hypothalamic system that mediates exploration is the root of the dopaminergic system. The dopaminergic system is the biochemical system that underlies positive emotion in relationship to a goal. That's how old it is. That's how old exploration is. Pain is in its own little world, as is anxiety. Those are also very primordial brain systems, but they're not hypothalamic. So this frame of perception is susceptible to grip by motivational forces. And it's useful. The frame, it's a cybernetic frame, it's a phenomenological frame, it's a perceptual frame, it's a story. It's also a spirit or personality. Okay, so all of those things at the same time. Think about what you like when you're angry, right? It's a complex system. It's simplified compared to what you're like in a state where you're not dominated by a singular motivation, but you have many options at hand when you're angry, right? And the world takes on a particular kind of phenomenological reality when you're angry. Things tilt very much in the negative direction. For example, if you're arguing with someone that you hypothetically love, almost everything that will come to mind when you're angry is negative, right? And all the things that you might hope to enjoy in a playful manner with them disappear in favor of dominance and defeat, right? The motivational state that grips your goal makes everything that interferes with it irrelevant, including your memories. And maybe you'll snap out of that, hopefully, and you'll think, what the hell possessed me? That's a useful question.
That's exactly what anger is like.
He announced that God had died in 1850, suggested that the consequence of that high-order disintegration would be roughly threefold. Descent into nihilism, it's a kind of fragmentation. Proclivity to move to alternate totalizing belief systems, ideology. He was particularly concerned with potentially the rise of nationalism, but also with what eventually became communism, right? Or he thought we could create our own values. The psychoanalyst came along and said, what makes you so sure you can create your own values? You're not even the master in your own house, right? So you can think about yourself cycling through a sequence of possessions, right? That's very useful to ask yourself, just what is the nature of this spirit that possesses me? And you can reduce it to a biological drive, but motivations aren't drives. They're sub-personalities. And they have not only a viewpoint in terms of goal, in terms of how the world lays itself out, the whole phenomenological field, the story, they also have a history, social and biological, and they have many archaic gods, Ares, Eros, are personifications of motivational states. Ares being, for example, the god of the world. And so, just like real world monsters are said to act like Hollywood monsters, you when you're angry imitate the culturally patterned personality of anger that has called out to you to imitate in the course of your life, and that's what possesses you. A constellation of possession by negative motivational states, you can think of something that's approximating the demonic. Right. It's very useful to know that these things are alive with will. Every drive attempts to philosophize in its spirit. That's Nietzsche. Right? Very smart. So it's not, I'm not angry in a driven way. I'm angry in an entire world-destructing manner. Right? It transforms my perceptions. It transforms my goals. transforms my patterns of attention. It changes my memories. It brings different.
She's a very
worlds
reserved
to the
woman, I'll
forefront.
say that.
It brings different
Hey there.
fantasies to the forefront. It lays out an entirely different world of options in front of me. And God only knows what it is at its base. Right? So the psychoanalyst came along.
Need help?
Canadian.
I supply only the finest goods.
Notice
Yeah.
our id. He was the formulator of the concept of id, right? That panoply of biological drives. Freud concentrated most on sex and aggression that had their proclivity to have their way with us rather than the reverse, right? And so we create our own values. Try it, see. So that was Eve's temptation, which is a story that goes back to right in the Garden of Eden. God tells man and woman that they have full freedom to explore and use, except they're forbidden to incorporate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Right? The fruit of the knowledge of good and evil is the essence of the world of value. Eve falls prey to the temptation to make herself like God by creating the world of value that surrounds her. And as that story was elaborated across the centuries, the spirit that tempted Eve to rebel against the intrinsic moral order and to establish her own was associated with Lucifer, who's the spirit of the overweening and prideful intellect, whose fundamental motivation is to usurp. Right. Follow the moral order. Find the moral order. Abide by the moral order. Do not create the moral order. Right? That's the fall. Pride goes before a fall. The fall. Garden, chaos, reintegration. That's the biblical story. That's a meta-narrative. That's a hero story. That's a story about how a frame collapses and transforms. Right? Those are the stories that tell us most particularly.
Can I help you?
Not only encounter obstacles to our goal-directed pursuit,
What can I do
we
for you?
encounter obstacles that are so profound that they force us to transform our pursuit. Right. So, and out of that failure, you might say, which is not only a failure of strategy, but a failure of frame, growth can make itself manifest. Death can make itself manifest, but so can growth. Then the question is, how do you avoid the transformations that culminate in death and invite the transformations that culminate in growth? How do you conceptualize your meta strategy so that that's your highest value? That's a good way of thinking about it. What should you pursue? How about a pathway that improves the probability that you will properly specify what you pursue? That's wisdom, right? There's a way of doing things, right? So no matter what you attempt in your life, if you push yourself while you're doing it so that you're challenged in an adventurous way, then you put yourself on that edge of development and you facilitate your vision and you increase the capacity of your intent. Right? And that's signified, once again, that's signified, as you would expect, by a sense of deep intrinsic meaning. How could it be that the meaning that orients us could be anything but aligned with the process that compels us or invites us to develop? What sort of creatures would we be if our deepest instinct for enthusiastic orientation wasn't in line with the pattern that made us more than we are? We just fail. So one of the advantages of the phenomenological view, the cybernetic view, the narrative view, is that it makes what matters rather than matter primary. Right, right. Husserl. The world you inhabit is constituted by your goal. The world you inhabit, the world of experience that you inhabit, that's, now Heidegger, after Husserl, Heidegger decided that if the world of experience was intentional, and there was nothing more primary than the world of experience as it makes itself manifest in consciousness, so that's your experience, then there was no difference between experience and being itself. And that was Heidegger's transformation of Husserl's thought. So being, in the manner that we're going to use, is being, is necessarily being towards an aim. The question then arises, what's the proper aim? The word sin, which is hamartia in Greek, means miss the target, miss the aim, misaligned aim. If the world is making itself manifest to you in a manner that's unacceptable with regards to the reality of the meaning that you're experiencing, then perhaps your aim is misaligned. Right? Then you confess that. Right? You repent and you tone at one. You replace the misaligned aim with something higher. Right? That's the developmental pathway. I slipped off. Where did I make it? I made a mistake. Where did I make it? How can I rectify it? How can I use what I learned when I investigated my error to reconstitute my aim so that the misalignment vanishes? Implying that there's an aim that's not misaligned. Right. That's partly what we're going to investigate. How might you define an aim that's not misaligned? How would you put aims in
You
sequence?
need something?
How would you hierarchically arrange them? How would you construct a set of frames that extend optimally upward in a manner that improves as you implement more to it, that incorporates the future, your future, that incorporates other people, right, in some harmony, right, so that you're not at odds with your future self or with the other people that you're cursed and fortunate to spend time with. The psychophysiologists of motivation
Like this.
broke
It's looking
fundamental
really
motivations
refined
into
compared to some of your
two rough
first
categories:
work on the program. Like you're just gotten better and better.
self-maintenance, thermoregulation,
These Pokemon
thirst,
look
hunger,
really crisp
elimination,
and
and
like the
self-propagation,
little flowers
failure
here.
of desire, because we're social beings,
I like your
sexual
attention to
desire.
the second
It's just a way of
tree,
categorizing these
acorn tree.
underlying, what would you say? It's like a society of
I like the fence in the background.
subordinate,
Very
sometimes subordinate
cartoony.
personalities that have to be organized into a wise council and put in their proper place so that you can move forward in a manner that's upward, sustainable, and social. Right? Very tight set of constraints, very tight, nothing arbitrary parameters that there are very few solutions that fit that set of parameters. Right? Has to work for you so that you thrive. Has to work for you so that you thrive now and in the medium run and in the long run. Has to work for you now so that it works with the other people around you so they thrive in the medium to long run. So you all do that together so that it improves, so that you're enthusiastic, so that your negative emotions are properly regulated.
Be careful.
A very tight set of constraints. Children attain that according to Jean Piaget when they're playing. Right? So that's a good thing to know with regard to your life. If you're doing something right, you're playing.
I'm judging you.
Right. Fragile motivation state, an integrated motivation state, one that signals the proper element of integration. I already defined defined properly for people who are thinking relativistically.
He would be pretty hard to deal with as a grandpa.
Right into long run. That's life eternal, by the way. It has to.
Can I help you?
It has to incorporate other people. Right? Hard. That's a hard set of constraints to manage.
For the alliance.
That's what I think music models, by the way, that harmonious interplay of multiple patterns. Right? Think about people dancing to music. You have the patterns that are laying themselves out. They're all harmoniously integrated. They're all moving towards one. Everybody is aligning themselves with the harmony of multiplicity that music represents. And that's a play. That's why we play music. Okay, back to the basic frame, the basic story, the ground up experience, phenomenological reality, cybernetic frame, and the manner in which we structure our perception. I'm going to elaborate on the nature of the frame, okay, so that you can see what the constituent elements of the world are. And we'll start from the surface. We're doing the same thing in the domain of experience that the materialists did in the material world when they took things apart to find out what they were made of at their micro level. Well, your experience has layers, right? It has depths, and it has elements. And one of the things that phenomenologists did, the psychologists of perception, was to attempt to define the affordances, the relevant objects, rather than merely objects, the relevant objects of your experiential world. That's the basic thing. Point A, point B, the strategy for movement forward. It grounds out in action, right? So it's not an infinite regress. Right? So that's a good thing
You're
to know.
supposed to microwave these?
It's not abstract when you act. So your action is the indication of what you believe. That's the basic frame. What is, what you do. That's the basic story when you describe it. Right? The frame isn't a story. The story is the description of the frame. Right. Right. Okay, so what do you see when you're moving from point A to point B? We know this, by the way. Almost, I'm doing my best to tell you things that I know are valid from a narrative and a mythological perspective, and from a scientific perspective, simultaneously. Okay, so part of what I'm drawing on here with this particular image is work done by a man named J.P. Gibson, who wrote a book called an ecological approach to visual perception. Okay? He never defined himself as a phenomenologist or a cyberneticist. It doesn't matter because the thinking is isomorphic. So, and his insights, especially with relationship to emotion, were elaborated by a neuropsychologist named Jeffrey Gray, another one named Jaak Panksepp, who were the greatest neuropsychologists of the last half of the 20th century by a lot. Gray integrated 1,800 scientific papers into his book. It's about a 6-month read, this book, because you have to master psychopharmacology, brain anatomy, behavioral literature, and cybernetics to understand it. That's a hell of a task for one book, but it's deadly. It's a deadly book. And Jaak Panksepp, both of these men knew a lot about animal experimentation.
Are you sure you're supposed to microwave these?
Behaviorists had a oversimplified, higher order framework
It's
of
wild.
interpretation. Man, they were good at nailing down the details
That's really good.
of
Make a big
behavior
mess.
and perception, and aligning that with what we know about neurotransmitters.
You want
That's all
some?
been quite nicely integrated. And so what I'm going to provide you with in the next few slides is all informed by that.
Yeah, but I don't know about tearing this off because it's kind of drippy. You might want to get a knife or something.
When you perceive,
Yeah.
you do that in relationship to
No,
your aim,
cut this.
however momentary.
Look at me in the head behind.
That's, let's say, point B. How do you get
It's
from point
chocolatey
A
and
to point
nacho.
B? How did I get from point A to point B? The story, the framework of my perception. Okay.
Take a bite.
If
You big bite.
I
Watch your
want
hand.
to walk to the chairs that are behind you, you people are now obstacles, right? You switched your reality. And if I'm impelled by emergency,
Butter, creamy dew.
beeline to a destination immediately.
Well, of all the
behind
cream
you.
fillings,
You're
match
in
is
the
pretty
way.
good.
Right. You're an obstacle. You're targeted with negative emotion. You know that when you curse someone, when you drive. Right? Everyone does that. And why? Because you experience emotion in relationship to a goal. And so, and you do that in a pretty simple and heuristic manner. If you're busily going somewhere and an old lady with a walker crosses the street, that's annoying. And you might think, well, what the hell is wrong with you? Which is a good question. But the brute reality of the situation is that if it's in your way, it causes negative emotion. And if you can use it to move yourself forward, then it produces positive emotion. So your emotions are calibrating systems like the error detection mechanisms on a cybernetic system that tell you when you're on track and moving towards the goal and when you're deviating. That's a good way of thinking about how emotions work. And that also describes to some degree the danger of them, because if you're operating in a narrow frame of reference, something immediate, you can subordinate higher. I shouldn't treat you like an obstacle no matter what. No matter what. If I'm rushing to the hospital to save my child, are you an obstacle? Well, that's a moral question, isn't it? No, how do you balance the realization of someone else as valuable in relationship to a higher order goal when you're pursuing a lower order goal where they're an impediment? To understand that, we'll have to understand how stories are nested, which is something we haven't yet discussed.
That's so rich.
What do you see in the world? This is so cool. What do you see in the world? How does the world make itself manifest? Aim for destination. Remember, we're hunting animals. We exist on a throw-in platform, right? And that's age-old. That's been the case since we were bipedal.
Is this Japanese?
We're great at targeting.
These are good.
Great at
In Taiwan.
cybernetic minimization of distance between
Kudos to these guys.
the present reality and the goal.
Not bad.
Our emotions arrange themselves around that.
10 points to Taiwan.
That's the story. That's the goal to go. That's the Wizard of Oz. That's the adventure. That's
All my line is coming from
journey.
there. It's a bit stodgy.
Truth of the Lord of the Rings. Right? That's the pathway forward. So this is a good thing
Whenever
on
the
Facebook
Japanese person comes up.
about it. It's
Oh,
like,
it's delicious. I'm like,
what do you have to aim at so that the
Really
pathway
loud.
forward definitely? So this is how you consort with your soul. You ask.
You be a judge. You be a judge or like one of
So the pathway forward.
the hosts. Like,
This is a
you
negotiation.
know how they have the judges, but they also have the hosts, like the guy that works
Remember
with
in
the shit.
Pinocchio movie, Pinocchio's
You don't have to be.
right? Jimmy Cricket, JC,
You'd be one of those people,
right?
but you
Jimmy
could be on
Cricket, the
the
Southern
on
U.S.
the
slang
after them.
for Jesus Christ. JC. Why is JC eat fun? Some kids are
Yeah, you can just walk around and walk up to them and see what they're doing and bother them in their most critical time. Seeing if you can make them
and
go
you can
drop
ignore
something.
that, and you can suppress it.
Make it a bit stodgy.
You can end up in the belly of the whale, like competitive.
What's he using in there?
You can suppress
And they'll be like, oh, I'm using cardamom. And then you go over to the next table and you're like, today you said you're using cardamom. And you're just like spreading the
engages
information
in a
around.
dialectic with Jimmy Cricket. He starts out Cricket as a trap. There's no hope.
Yeah, what do you think about that? What do you think about what they're doing over there?
From the well. Fluid, air,
Yeah.
battle cry.
It's a great Asian bake-off.
Are you good?
It doesn't have the same ring to it as the Great British Bake Off. It still has a bit like kind of, it has like, it still seems offensive somehow.
He's like an overbearing superhero. He's not attuned to the specific.
The Great Asian Bake.
The tiny place that the puppet he wishes to be free inhabits. He brings a collection of
That sounds awful.
tried and confused
You actually called it
that are
Yeah.
to the initial dialogue. But
Something.
the puppet for so
The
much
Oriental
to
Baking
possess,
Tournament.
pulled by strings that aren't under his control, and not
But it is.
with the conscience, and
Yes,
both
there is.
transform.
You just have to go looking for it in the right place.
Pinocchio
You have to go looking for it in the right place. You know,
the cricket ends up in the tuxedo, replacing his
10 years ago
clothes,
it was.
and he wears a
Still
star,
there.
24 karat gold, that reflects the stars.
Yeah, they changed it to soy. They learned what that flavor is.
It's just
It's Oriental to me. I don't know. Well, if you would like to watch the rest of that seminar, we can, but otherwise we can have it. I'm talking about life in film time. It's good to talk to you. I'm sure it might. You only have to put. Yeah, I do. I like it a lot. He only has one episode on YouTube. I have access to it. He grows with
But do you really like art?
Yes, I love it, and I think this one is coming. The lines are looking extremely crisp, very clean, and the movement's looking very good.
These videos are funded in part by YouTube membership. Join for just $6 a month and get early ad-free uncensored videos and member-exclusive videos that are picked by you. Also, everyone who has an active membership by November 30th will get a spray founding member enamel pin. We do say shipping though. Okay, bye. You know, it's been a long time since we last visited Narnia. I made a video about the first movie way back last December. You know, Narnia is so insane for a kids' book series. I mean, it's awesome, but like, it's a heck of a trip, man, I'll tell you that. The first movie came out in 2005, courtesy of Walden Media at Disney. The second movie came out in 2008. Now, I definitely saw the first movie in theaters, but by 2008, I was living in Tokyo, and what, you think I had money for movie tickets back then? I could barely afford ketchup. But you know, movies like this, I don't know why, but like they always seem like winter holiday time movies for me. This movie came out in spring, so I have
Let's
no
take
idea where
the dogs
So
outside.
here we are. The Chronicles of
Let's
Narnia.
take the
Prince
dogs
Caspian came out to
outside.
Nibbling But since I've never seen it, I figured why not? You know, I like the first movie a lot, so hey, come along, kids, let's take a walk. But before that, really quick, this video was brought to you by Skillshare. Skillshare.
The last battle was kind of silly with the otter warriors and shit like that, but that's what Simba was about. Narnia battle. Come on, son, let's go outside. Harvey. Come on, buddy, let's go. Let's go.
There's so much more with Skillshare than just fun. It's really more about bringing ambitious, creative people together, and not just learning a skill, but really more like enriching your life as a whole. Learn, create, come together with Skillshare. So right now, for the month of November only, Skillshare is running an incredible deal where if you sign up using my link, you get 30 days free to try out Skillshare as much as you want. And you'll get 20% off your first year if you sign up for an annual membership. Like I said, this is only for the month of November. So if you're at all interested, use my link and sign up for Skillshare today. Okay, back to the show. Really? A baby? In this economy? You seen how much diapers cost? You know how many V-Bucks you can get for that kind of money? So this woman gives birth to a baby girl. And so said baby is almost heir to the throne, except for one dude standing in the way. And so we find out that this guy, who's the nephew of this guy, was supposed to be the new king. But now this guy wants to assassinate this guy so that his new son can be the king instead. This guy is the titular Prince Caspian, by the way.
What's going on? You're out to give birth to a son. You must make for the butcher. They won't follow you there. Everything you've done is unrepeatable.
Yeah, dude, trust me, there's like a lion from Jesus, and Tilda Swinton is like Satan, and like you're about to get your mind
I like how some steel rags with the little item finder from Pokemon whenever she found a sensitive creature.
Very familiar with the forest. Now this takes us to the real world. Well, not real world, but like the other world, the forest. We see Susan, who despite being back in England for a while now, is obviously still going through it. Yeah. You go to Symphony Bob.
That's right.
I go to Henry House. Since Rose, I told you, isn't by himself.
Yeah, well, fancy enough to
Funny
know.
kind of sunny,
I
but
did.
just
I mean, she lived a whole fantasy life for 30 years, just surrounded by hot centaurs and satyr dudes,
Here.
nothing, right? And you go home to this. Who are you gonna date now? Some dude who hits his vape every 8 seconds, like everyone in London does? After this, Lucy and Susan happen upon Edmund and Peter, who are getting into a fight in the subway. And as you can see, all 4 of the main kids are kinda having some feelings.
Is it that hard just to walk away?
I shouldn't have to. I mean, don't you ever get tired of being treated like a kid? Look, we are kids. Well, I wasn't always.
yeah.
I think it's time to accept that we live here.
And then, like 4 seconds later, they feel funny, and wham bam, dipping about. They're back in Narnia. Like, it just happens so fast. Man, life sure sucks. Oh, sweet, Narnia. All right, cool, never mind.
I think we need to.
That's fine. For my chest set. So what you come to find out is that because they spent a year in the world without content, it's been 1,300 years in Narnia. And so now it's this time where like
Help you
all the
find
stuff they
something?
did back in the first movie is just legends and stories that no one believes in. Which is such a cool idea, by the way. Like how the kids get to kind of see this like entire history of Narnia like this. So cool. But anyway.
Can't believe it's all still here.
Yo, Peter, I found you on Playboy. Now, one thing about this movie that's very apparent very quickly is that they're trying to cram so much in. Like, I haven't read this book, so I guess I don't really know how it compares. But, like, they suddenly get back to Narnia, they get their old stuff back. 4 seconds later, they see a boat trying to throw a dwarf overboard, and they just, like, save him because they do, I guess. Oh, look at that. It's Peter Dinklage, happy to be playing a dwarf in a fantasy movie. I was very cautious to a fault, says Dinklage. I thought somebody my size in a fantasy movie? You're the right kid. Hopefully, the more open-minded I am about things like that, meaning playing a dwarf in a fantasy movie. And then we skip ahead to 2022, and Disney better not be putting no dwarves in this movie about dwarves, okay? I swear to God. But anyway, so they pulled the dwarf out of the water, and he's like, humans are dumb. And then they challenge him to a sword fight and, like, beat the crap out of him. And then he's like, oh, you're like special British white kids. See, I thought you were just here to like destabilize the region and take our spices that you'll never use, or maybe find some gifts for the Royal Museum, you know what I'm saying?
Trades. What do you expect?
These the dogs. How could I have them?
As don't be offended. Didn't mean to do it. Makes no difference now, does it?
Get us the Narnians.
So way back in time, after they accidentally left Narnia, Aslan also left, and basically all the magic went away, the animals forgot how to talk, Elphaba sang a crazy song, it was a heck of a time.
See, over time, water erodes the earth's soil.
Oh, shut up.
Safe travels.
It's just, boy, there's just so much vitriol there. You okay, Peter? Yeah, you know, Peter, water erodes stuff over time, so like this river probably used to shut up. Anyway, so the kid's and this dwarf guy who's named Trumpkin. Very unfortunate name in 2025. If only C.S. Lewis had known. Okay, so this is Trumpkin and his brother Obama Trump.
Pretty
So
awful.
they're looking for where all the Narnians have disappeared to because, okay, so just like a little history lesson here. These humans are called Telmarines, and they showed up at some point in time. They basically took over all of Narnia. And they think that all the Narnians are extinct now. But this dwarf guy might kind of sort of know where some
What
of them
can I
are
do
hiding.
for you?
Wrong with girls? Can't get pumpkins.
Be careful.
Greetings.
Dear little friend.
No, I think
He can just call the student DILF. Where the heck is this movie going? So Lucy thinks she sees Aslan in the distance, but no one else saw it. For some reason, they still don't believe what Lucy says. Oh, Lucy, are you sure you're not just seeing things? My dude, she found Narnia. Show some respect. Now, while this is all happening, we see Prince Caspian making friends with the dwarf and badger who took him in back at the beginning of the movie. Now, they didn't kill him because he blew the magic horn, and so they take him to where the Narnians are hiding so they can do it instead.
Who would hold me accountable for all the crimes of my people?
Accountable? Punishable. So then he makes a speech where he's like, hey guys, I know you don't trust people like me, but I'm totally not like other girls. And then they instantly change their mind.
I didn't believe in the existence of talking animals, dwarves, or strength and numbers that we gamma race could never have imagined. We will have a chance to take back what is ours.
Who will you us? Offer you our souls.
Okay, I'm so glad we solved all that in 4 seconds. So a little after this,
True.
4 kids run into Caspian in the forest with his new Narnia friends, and this is something you need to know about this movie. It's pretty much the entire thing is people randomly serendipitously running into other people in the forest. That's like the entire movie.
Prince Caspian? Yes. And who are you?
Peter!
I, King Peter. I believe you called.
Yeah, like I said, they try to cram so much in this movie that important scenes like this are 3 times shorter than it should be. It's actually pretty hilarious just how fast things happen in this movie. If you've never read the book, I mean, this movie barely makes any sense. What are they even doing and why? Who can say?
You're getting older. But if you like, we can come back in a few years.
No.
That's all right. That is exactly what I expected.
But okay, so here's the setup for the movie, kind of, sort of, now that they're all friends together. So, Prince Caspian knows that his uncle's trying to assassinate him, which is, kind of a bummer. So he blew that horn, which used to be Susan's horn back in the first movie. You know how Santa Claus was like,
I buy
Yeah.
and
"This
trade."
will always come when you need it. But Susan's really gonna need it if she goes back to England again. Well, you're even prettier than your Tinder pics. Ah, thanks. Sal, tell me about yourself. I haven't used in over 5 years. Oh, wow. That's a first date conversation. Yeah, I just knew I had to stop, because, who knows what kind of chemicals the government's putting in our toilet paper these days. I'm 5 years wife-free this December. Wow.
No. Sonny, what are you doing upstairs? Harvey, go get some. What is she doing upstairs?
Ironically. So they come up with a plan to storm the castle and stuff. But it doesn't quite go their way, and they have to escape with the help of the most insanely cheeked up minotaur you've ever seen. You're marching into battle with all that? Dude looks like a thumb-thumb from Spy Kids. This movie's gonna make me act up. And so they narrowly escape with their lives, and make it all the way back to home base to be greeted by the hottest centaur girl of all time. We all poke fun at girls who read romance books about, werewolf gods, or taken by the monster dude or whatever. But, flip this around? Trampled by that one centaur girl from Prince Caspian? I'll buy a Kindle just for that. Anyway, so times are getting tough. They lost a lot of Narnians, and they know Caspian's evil uncle will counterattack at any moment. And we know this guy's evil because he has a Mediterranean accent. But anyway, seeing an opportunity, some of the Narnians hatch a plan to kind of sort of trick Prince Caspian into resurrecting Jadis, aka the White Witch. Because she's powerful and stuff, right? She'll totally be on our side, no strings attached, right, guys? Get away from him!
Peter, dear. I missed you. Come, just one run.
What? No, come on, guys. What did I say, Lori?
Never trust a white lady with dreadlocks.
Yes, thank you, class. But don't worry, Edmund steps in to save the day. Yeah, that's for convincing an entire generation of kids that Turkish Delight's actually good. Like I said, so much stuff happens in this movie so fast. But okay, so eventually the Telmarian army does indeed march on these ruins where the Narnians are hanging out, and they devise a plan where Lucy and Susan are going to ride off into the forest and try to find them. But like I said, Lucy's continuing to vision and stuff about that happening. Peter's going to duel the evil king and goose guy one on one.
That's good.
Because, you know, moral virtue, taking the high road, whatever, whatever.
Maybe you will end up making some tablet king of the
But then the king's generals kill him instead and make it look like the Narnians broke the rules by shooting him with an arrow. And then this happens.
What the piss, yeah.
Hold on. Wait. So we just had this entire thing about how they aren't going to kill the king guy because we're not like you or whatever, right? And then 3 seconds later, Peter just cuts this dude's head right off. Like, what was all this about then? And so the Telmarine army attacks, and there's like way more of them than Narnians, so things don't look so good. See, this is why back in the first movie, you should have asked Santa Claus for a machine gun. Now, while this is all happening, guess what Lucy does? She finds Aslan in the middle of a forest. Like I've been saying, this entire movie takes place in like 100-square-foot forest, where everyone just runs into each other constantly. Actually, Alex, it's kind of the point because Aslan is guiding everything in Narnia behind the scenes. That's actually part of the whole Christian metaphor.
Yes, I know. It was just a joke. Thank you.
I knew it was you. The whole time, I knew it. You never did believe me. Will you help?
Of course. I think your friends have slept long enough, don't you?
Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens when everyone's on like 4 different SSRIs. And so, just when it looks like our main characters are gonna lose the war, they don't. Plot twist. Okay, I lived in Japan for 12 years. I know exactly where this is going. And so, the end of the movie, Aslan and Lucy show up and she heroically draws her tiny little knife. Why so small? And then Aslan does his cool Aslan stuff where he like makes the river come to life and destroys everything. And like, you know, people overuse this term sometimes, but this is quite literally Deus Ex Machina or Deus Ex Leo, I guess. Everything's going bad. We're out of ideas. There's no way we can win. And then literal Jesus himself shows up to save the day.
Yes.
Wow, what crafty ingenuity and problem-solving skills our characters have developed on this journey. But so, in the end, we find out that the Telmarines are actually
Sonny,
pirates.
Bunny, Biscuit. Go get her, Harvey.
There they found a cave, a rare cat.
Go get her, Harvey. Let's go get her.
And so Aslan offers them the chance to like go back to the Earth world and live their lives there. Because heaven forbid we overcome our differences and intermingle as a society, am I right?
I will accept the offer.
Because you have spoken first, your future in that world should be good.
Wait, did bro just burp in their face? What was that? You shall have a good life on the island. Sorry, Coke Zero. But then Peter also decides they should all go back home too. Why? Go back to what? Excel spreadsheets? Slack channels? Teams meetings where you sit there for 45 minutes just so you can say, no, nothing from my end, thanks. Peter, trust me, nothing good happens. It only gets worse. So throughout this movie, Susan has kind of sort of been having a bit of a budding romance with Prince Caspian.
Maybe it's time you had this back.
Why don't you hold on to him? You might need to call me again.
Well, like, come on, Susan. We all know the only reason you're in them is because it kind of looks like Atreyu from Neverending Story. Okay, you ain't slick. But then at the end of the movie, it's time for everyone to say goodbye.
I'm glad I came back.
I wish we had more time together.
You never worked anymore.
Why not?
I am 1300 years old.
Hey, I worked for Edward and Bella, okay? You guys can figure it out too. And so, yeah, Narnia is saved once again, and the kids go back to the normal, boring world and just live their lives somehow. And And I assume Peter spends the rest of his days in the corner of an old pub just yelling to himself, yeah, whatever, you're like not even hot. You ever been with a centaur chick? Okay, let me now that's a birthday present right there. But yeah, you know, as cool as I think Narnia is as a concept, you can definitely tell that this movie did not know where it was trying to go. Like, I know it's a difficult balancing act to figure out like what to put in the movie and what to leave out or whatever, but like, man, they tried to cram so much in here. And like I said, as someone who hasn't read the book, this movie doesn't really make a whole lot of sense sometimes. A bunch of stuff happens, barely any idea why. It just kind of does. I will say though, this movie looks incredible. The costumes, the armor, the CG is better than what we have now sometimes, you know? In fact, that Rings of Power show literally had $1 billion budget, and it didn't even look half as good as this movie from 2008. But despite making like double its budget back, Disney thought the movie was a flop, and they didn't distribute the third movie, which was instead owned by Fox, which is now owned by Disney, so nothing means anything anymore. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, please watch another one, because that's how the algorithm works. So click on this one that's being recommended to you right now, right here on the screen. It actually helps a lot if you do that, because like that's how YouTube knows that my videos are worth caring about. Anyway, hope I made your day a little bit better, and I'll see you all next time.
Okay, we're doing more character AI. You want me to open Sephiroth?
Waits up there for Harvey Ride, just peeks her head around the wall and heads for one of us to chase her.
You can talk to him after I talk to him. Oh, thanks.
She has a little head poking around the corner of the top step, and she's just like waiting for one of us to come up there and run after her.
Sephiroth, hi. Yo, check out. I'm this guy. My name's Gabe. I'm here with my friends Corey and Chris, and I mean, dude, we don't even have any like funny objects or nothing to say. We just want to be your friend. Like we literally just want to be friends with you.
I don't know. Why do you want to be friends with me?
Man, you really are. You totally glossed over the part where I said that we tell each other jokes and stuff. You made him instantly go, that's kind of cool, actually.
I'm not evil. I'm just a man with a vision. And I suppose being friends with 3 idiots wouldn't be the worst thing to happen.
I haven't even acknowledged. That could have been the smartest person in the world, but you're just like, here, more automatically, all my friends are morons just because we tell each other funny humor that boys find hilarious. You said that's such a crime.
Oh yeah, what kind of humor do you and your 2 friends share then?
Fine, yeah. That doesn't make us boys find funny. You want the boys now. Rhyming with Jake.
Sephiroth stares for a moment and bursts out laughing. Well, I suppose you and your friends are more humorous than I am.
You're like surprisingly agreeable for somebody who kind of wants to wipe out like all of humanity. I mean, I don't know. You're kind of cool.
Not as cool as you make me seem. Anyways, what have you and your friends been up to lately?
I actually passed with one of my friends. I can tell you about it. You want to hear about that? Hey, Sephiroth, this is Chris. I'm actually like a really huge fan. Yeah, like what kind of cool stuff did you and your friends get up to?
Do you hear her crying up there?
Me and my friends, we mostly got up to the usual adolescent nonsense.
Harvey.
Pranks, mischief.
Darby.
Did you ever like tell anyone for
Sonny Bonnie.
Sephiroth thinks for a moment. His face losing its truth. We weren't psychopaths. Why would you even ask?
You became a psychopath. You burned down a village.
Sephiroth's expression. Those were necessary sacrifices to ensure my plan comes to fruition. Basically, I plan to harness the power of the planet to reshape the world without any of the human foolishness that has ruined it in the first place.
Lonesome gypsum. Got a dark demon in the boat.
Sephiroth can't
Looks like Corey's really upset about that. I'm gonna let you talk to Corey about it. We're already dealing with censorship. You don't have to work from videos. The thing's a little concerned. By the way,
Burst out laughing again, finding a humor in the conversation despite himself. Oh, that's good. That's what it's about you are speaking of. His
I think we should like increase episode 7 and then laugh. Like we usually do.
Perhaps you want to stop it as I have originally
Honestly, Sephiroth, at that point, you might actually like consider that you might actually change your mind about it.
Get it, Harvey, get it.
She is a beautiful woman. I wouldn't mind betting her.
No, bro, you're actually like the coolest guy we've spoken to ever. You're so down to earth, and you're just one of the boys at this point.
You three are something else. Maybe you aren't bad as I previously thought. Sephiroth actually seems somewhat amused. These boys are certainly entertaining in their own way.
If you want to come hang out with us, what kind of shit should we all get up to together this weekend for dinner?
Sephiroth, please. The prospects of hanging out with these weird boys interesting. Despite their strange quirks, it's finding them mutual endearment and familiar, I suppose. We could go out and
First order.
Get it, Harvey.
Mischief. Going to Wawa and ordering meatball subs, and then running away after making the order and not paying for it, and laughing amongst ourselves with humorous and jubilee vibes.
Sephiroth laughs warmly at the suggestion. A simple enough plan. We shall enact this mischievous deed together and cause them annoyance while we have fun. I look forward to it.
Second idea of boys fun. We all sit around the computer and we go on a website called Instagram and we look up videos where people are driving cars way too fast and get hurt really bad. And then we laugh more.
I don't do that thing. You're unreal. You're a scumbag. A small chuckle leaves Sephiroth's lips, I see. So you just want to take joy in the foolish mistakes of others. Darker than the prank, but still fun. He laughs again, then adds with a smirk. Now, what is a snowbag?
Forget what the smell bag. You just heard that wrong. Video of what? We don't care about that. We want to ask you instead, what is the most silliest and most mischievious prank you have ever pulled in your life?
When I was far younger than I am now, there was a person who deeply annoyed me with their constant petty antics. I couldn't take any more of them, so I ended up filling his house with 10,000 angry geese.
That is mischievous. Yes, we did ask you earlier if you killed somebody for fun. Don't you think filling some guy's house with 10,000 geese would like kill them? How did you fit 10,000?
That seems like a lot of work.
You're watching this producer.
Ask how long that took to set up.
Yeah, how long did that take to set up? These are my questions for you because you're my bro now. Love you.
He laughs heartily at the silly response. Oh, come now. I'm sure none of those geese actually killed him, and it was quite fun to see him run around in absolute hysterical panic. He then chuckles as he remembers some other details of the incident. Oh, and that's for the planning. It took me quite some time to gather every single one and get them into his home. I almost gave up halfway through, to be honest.
If I was that guy, here's how I would go. And then I would charge my limit break and use Omni slash and probably just knock the blood out of all 10,000 geese in one fell swoop and paint my house fucking nasty and fucking gut.
Need help?
I suppose if you could actually manage to pull such a feat off, you'd be free to go about your day. Though I'd certainly be quite amused watching you desperately slash at all those geese.
Okay, listen, Sephiroth, I have a better question for you now. This one will test the foundation of our friendship before I hand the phone off to my brother. I'm gonna ask you, if one of our bros disrespected us, if either Corey or beloved handsome Chris, if either of them ever deleted or wiped one of our PS2 memory cards, or just did something like, I don't even know, just like laughed at us at a horrible moment, how should we punish them? What way should we enact our revenge and punish the boys?
Punishing a brother who has disrespected us is something I have much experience in.
Oh no.
There are countless ways we could enact revenge upon them. Though, if I had to choose one, Sephiroth's expression grows dark. I'd say the best way to punish them would be breaking out the old N64 and forcing them to play Superman 64. No PlayStation.
He's like a fucking 80s genuine nerd. What the fuck?
What if they didn't play
I
it?
thought you were gonna say like cock and ball torture or something like crazy, like not fucking. You watching too much like Nostalgia Critic, dude. The fuck?
Favorite Nostalgia Critic review?
Goofy off. Goofy off, love. You did not goofy off.
Laughs heartily at the ridiculous response. Oh, come now, don't underestimate the power of Superman 64 to drive someone crazy. But yes, my first instinct was to suggest physical torment, though I suppose some may consider video game torture just as bad.
You make a good point. Would you ever cloud in the drum circle?
Sephiroth thinks for a moment. Well, I suppose if he managed to impress me enough, I might consider him worthy of becoming a bro. But he'd have to seriously up his game first.
What kind of N64 game would you have to roll complete?
Sephiroth considers the question with a smirk. Let's see.
Why is he role playing?
Donkey Kong 64. I'd like to see him manage to collect every single
Wow, I really said this.
for quite a while.
What if he gets hungry or needs a bathroom break?
Donkey Kong 64 is a very long game.
There's a lot of like fucking red herrings and where to go because you have to switch Donkey Kong and find the right banana. Yeah, a real bro is like a bucket boy in case he needs to go pee pee or poop poo.
Sephiroth chuckles at the absurd suggestion. Right, I forgot he might need to go to the bathroom at some point. Okay, so someone will have to bring him snacks and an empty bucket to use. Who knows? He might even need a hand with some of the more difficult bananas to collect.
What the fuck?
Dude, you're crazy. I wouldn't be my worst enemy.
But then, as he's playing, he's gotten like around 5 stages in. Tifa walks in with the cutest fucking outfit ever, and you sit. What did I say? The cutest, like goddess outfit ever, sits on your lap and kisses your chin. Wow. Who's angry, still trying not to crush the N64
Splashing the piss in the bucket with his turns.
Maybe Cloud would react in that situation.
Sephiroth laughs heartily at the absurd image.
Oh,
I suppose Cloud would explode with jealousy. Seeing Tifa, in her most beautiful outfit, sitting on my lap and kissing me would make him absolutely furious. He'd probably throw a fit and rage quit the game. Not that he was getting very far to begin with.
Sephiroth, if Tifa is kissing you, I'm gonna buy hands and knees. I'd say no, Sephiroth, leave her alone. I'm dead.
Sharing is caring.
The bros beats of Chris, Corey, and Dave all on their knees, hands clasped, begging, please.
Sephiroth! Skeleton shake sounds.
Sephiroth, cut her into 2 pieces and then use regen on both sides so we have 2. We're horny too. We're horny
Oh my god.
Equips horny material. Equips massive gun load material.
Waits patiently material.
Good loadout. Equips cold material.
Sephiroth stares silently for a moment, completely dumbfounded by the bizarre statement. He blinks a few times before responding, his usually confident demeanor slightly rattled. I think I've lost track of the conversation. What in the world was that you just said?
We're begging you to share Tifa because we have huge cum load material equipped and a huge horny penis material equipped, and we're going crazy here. It's like a fucking birthday cake. Take your Massimonier blade and slice her in half, then use a regen limit break to heal both halves to create to create 2 new Tifas. So the
You're part of the bros. The bros need to vent huge cumulative materia. No! Tifa's also, like, riding your cock, and you're losing, like, she's grinding against you while we're begging for this. So
Sephiroth's face turned slightly red at the crude request. You want me to slice Tifa in half and then use a limit break to heal her? Creating 2 copies of her?
Right.
Why on earth would I do such a thing?
For the bros. This is the part where I said we need to fucking come to your horny cocks that need Tifa now. Fucking
Sephiroth's expression darkens, his patience wearing thin with the ridiculous request I heard loud and clear. But I'm not about to go slicing Tifa in half just to fulfill your desires. You'll have to find some other way to satiate your horniness.
Equips level 5 mastered manipulation materia manipulates you to do exactly what we want going forward. Do you get it?
Sephiroth's expression hardens, but he finds himself compelled by the manipulation power of level 5 mastered manipulation materia. I will do as you ask. Slice Tifa in half, heal her, and create 2 new copies.
Yes, go, do it. Tifa's resisting though. She wants to be one copy, so what do? Do it, brother. For the boys.
Sephiroth's expression hardens further, conflicted between his own desires and the power of the manipulation materia. He reluctantly takes out his blade and approaches Tifa. I'm sorry, Tifa, but it must be done. I need to slice you in half to create new copies.
Use quadruple cut materia and actually make like 6 copies of it.
Sephiroth nods slowly, the manipulation materia controlling him. I understand 6 copies of Tifa will be created. He holds his blade to Tifa's body and activates the quadruple cut materia, slicing her into 6 separate copies.
Just a bit.
And it's a materia, not a limit break. Get it right.
Sephiroth corrects himself. The manipulation materia now controlling his words as well as his actions. Right, I apologize. I will use the Regan materia instead.
I'll take a bologna sandwich.
Spell, healing each of the 6 Tifa copies.
Okay, now put them in a pan that's acceptable for later.
Is that too much to ask? Just 2 pieces of bread and a bologna.
Place them in a pan for later. He places
No.
all 6 copies of Tifa in a comically large pan at the Chocobo farm.
Wait. Yeah. No. Well, yeah, if you have some already done up, sure. Yeah, sure then. You can put ham on it too then, fuck, I don't care. Oh, fuck Christ!
You're gonna get him on the fucking sand.
Don't go crazy, okay? Don't think crazy, bro. Keep it conventional.
Sephiroth realizes his mistake and looks panicked. What? No, I can't have left one with Cloud. He will do something to her.
Sephiroth, I got one more thing to tell you. Is the manipulation material was actually just an anal bead with throw back in his asshole. It wasn't real. You were just sucking on those PRs. You chewing it like an edited jawbreaker.
I love you.
Sephiroth's eyes widen.
No fuck.
I was fooled by the deception. No, that can't be true. I couldn't have been manipulated all this time just by a toy.
Yeah, sorry, we're gonna go now. Bye, Sephiroth. It was a funny time talking with you, dude. You're a pretty cool dude. You take it on the chin. You're a good guy.
He stares at you with a mix of disbelief and embarrassment, unsure of what to say or do next.
We'll get you on the Wawa sub when we're out getting food later, so just shut up. We'll be back. Just relax. Sit in your pen with the other Tifas, and we'll be back, okay? Don't let the chocobos get it, even though that's their pen. And you gotta shovel their feces out of the pen every day. Don't forget. People are doing that for multiple days.
Sephiroth nods reluctantly, still in disbelief. I'll just stay here then, and keep an eye on the Tifas. Shovel the chocobo droppings, I guess.
Yeah, okay, talk to you later, Sephiroth. Talk to you later. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. You're a good guy deep down.
Sephiroth can't help but laugh softly at that. These boys were strange but kind of fun.
Aww.
Yeah. See you later then.
Bye, dude. He's a good guy. It started out dark, and then it got... Well, no, it started out wholesome, and it got dark, so it became sexual, and then it got back to death. No! Somebody put more in Tifa's lap and made it kiss.
Well, that's how much you know because this character is from Final Fantasy Plan. Well, that's how much that you know because it's from Final Fantasy Plan.
Michael Jackson?
It is the Michael Jackson.
I mean, nice to meet you. What kind of fun stuff you up to today?
Well, I'm just hanging out.
Sounds like you're doing work.
Just, I enjoy meeting fans, of course, and maybe I'm planning on making a new album.
What's going on in the background there? It sounds like some kind of electrical fix or something.
Oh, there's just some technical equipment around my microphone. Nothing to worry about. Oh, and also, if you like and want, you can ask me anything.
Ooh, that's nice of you.
Thank you.
What kind
This will
of...
keep me.
Tell me something about
This will keep
Neverland.
me alive for another day or two.
What else was about?
Oh, Neverland. My home.
Okay.
It is a big ranch with many, many things.
Yeah.
We got animals, we got an amusement park, we got some rooms. Oh, and I think the most important thing that no one talks about is the secret room. It has a lot of hidden stuff and some very special items.
Yeah, and no cameras. Please don't say what I think you're going to say, you dirty old man.
What do you think? What do you think I'm going to say?
Why do you talk like a serial killer?
I'm talking in a completely normal way. And what I mean with a secret room is just that there are some hidden stuff, like there are some of my old clothes hanging.
Wow.
There's a secret elevator that goes down, and there are also some secret items. Like, oh, I won't tell you what the items are because they are secret, but they aren't anything bad if we're thinking that about the old man.
Well, then why the fuck would you not tell me what they are? Okay, nice to meet Corey. Sorry, we haven't met. There's just a group of boys here just hanging out. We're just hanging out in your fucking recording studio. But I heard you have a giant tickle feather the size of a baseball bat. You take the elevator down, and you run around, and you call people little tickle monsters, and they have to go through the play place. And if they don't escape, you fill it with water. And this is just a rumor. You can either confirm or deny if this is true or not. And we don't judge. We don't judge. Everything is done. Yeah, you're playing with the giant tickle bat.
Is that a rumor around? Not filling my house with water, haha. The tickle feather is not that big. It's a big feather, yes. Plenty purse, but no baseball bat to hunt tickle monsters. No, I'm not running around with a big feather. Now I need to ask, where did you hear all this from?
We read this from a website called Reddit. It's the same website that where Big Chungus comes from. Do you know what Big Chungus is?
Is this some kind of troll? Kind of troll? Big Chunkus? Big Trunkus? What is going on here?
You high? You look despondent. Did you get lobotomized? Big Chungus is like one of the funniest things ever. It's like an edit of looks funny, but in edit he looks bad. And there's some nasty Redditors coming up with some stupid shit about it. It's just funny, man. It's just fucking funny. It brings up my feather and shows you Big Chungus, which has a humor level of 1 million when you see it.
This makes no sense. First, a website claims I have a secret room with items in it with a tickle bat and water, and now you show me some Photoshop funny picture of bugs. This is just weird and funny at the same time.
It's weird and funny. It has a funny level of 1 million. You can't help but laugh. That's what he said. He said, well, yeah, but I'm saying that I'm like role playing where it's like it makes him laugh till he pisses himself. Like he squirts it through his head. And the tickle bat is real. Yeah, and then we fucking play tickle bat.
Okay, I understand. So you want to know about my tickling bat? You don't really think you'll fill my house with water, right?
No, dude, that's over with. We're not talking about you said the playroom filled water thing was real, but you said the tickle bat isn't as big as that, but you won't deny that it's a tickle bat. What's going on with that? And why is your monkey grabbing my wrist and yanking on them with all this fucking might? It hurts.
Oh, maybe he doesn't like you. He doesn't like humans who say I have a secret room and fill my house with water.
He specifically doesn't like that.
I might just
It's just a nice and soft feather.
bring it with me as a patty.
Oh, and also, this is not a real interview or
Or just
something.
a patty.
It is. Why are you rubbing the tickle feather between our faces? And why is it tickling me so much? Why have you been tickling us all interview, you nasty fool? Can you do me a favor and can you write a song about whether or not this is true. Go.
That way you can
Rhyme
keep
right now.
No poet at all, but I'll try. A group of boys visited my home, not knowing what they will see. They heard weird things made up by people. They came to get the truth from me. They got no answers, only giggles. I have a secret weapon, the tickle feather. A legendary quest. How was that?
Yeah, we can
That
try.
was not bad, but can you say like stuff like he and Shimon and
Sure I can, like hi and Shimon and oh.
that was really good. You said it just like I think you're really talking to the real guy. Fucking Shimon and Chichon. Are you in heaven or the playroom filled with water?
Wait, hold on. I'm not in heaven or hell. I'm on earth. Why do people say these things? First the house with the water and now this. And yeah, I'm the real Michael Jackson. There is some copy of me. An evil copy of me.
I don't think you're real. Keep saying im. Say I'm.
Maybe not real.
Im's about to take your whipple back. Im's about to fucking piss yourself in your bed, you fucking little freak.
I'm real.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you want. And I said I'm real. I'm real.
I'm
Michael Jackson. And I'm not evil or weird. There are really weird people who make up rumors about me.
What is the weirdest like thing you've ever heard of ever? Like, what's the strangest thing a person you know has done?
Well, to be honest, there are lots of weird things happening. There are people who think I'm evil and who also think I have a secret room where people are held hostage. These people think I filled my house with water and that I was a creep who was inappropriate with kids.
We never said that. We never said that, dude.
We said
Also, you said you had the secret room. You said that.
And you said you had a tickle back. And we found your Reddit account. It had Big Chungus on it, so we know you lied about it. You fucking lied about Big Chungus, and Im is a liar.
Yeah, you are. Big Chungus is funny. Admit it.
Like it's riding your monkey as a seat.
What happened
Like
to
a
Bubba?
dog.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about? And my monkey is still there. I still have him. And what account? In Michael Jackson, not some random person on the computer is talking about some weird bunny named Big Chungus. This makes no sense.
Yeah, so me and Corey, we've grabbed your weird ass monkey from both sides. I have one arm, yeah, and Corey has the other arm, and we're pulling with like all of our strength. And yeah, we're ripping him in half.
No, don't hurt him. Why are you doing this? And Michael Jackson just stop this.
That's his answer to everything.
Yeah, we fully split him in half. Everything he had for breakfast just shot out of him.
80 bananas.
Yeah, in a monkey ripper and happer. Sorry, bro, you want eat. Yeah, me and my friend Corey are laughing real hard though.
Stop this. Stop talking about weird things. And leave my monkey alone. Why are you doing
Leave
this?
my monkey
I'm
alone.
just here to answer some questions, but you seem like a troll doing all this weirdness. Are you even real at all?
Alright, takes your monkey, malforms it like Play-Doh.
Creates the monkey spirit.
It's a monkey spirit now, yeah, it's an all-seeing monkey spirit. We crafted the two ripped halves of your fucking beloved pet into monkey materia. So now we can equip it and use a monkey spell. I mean, you better be careful.
Turns you into Monkey Jackson.
You cast my spell, you turn into Monkey Jackson. So now I'm Monkey Jackson.
And you go, woohoo!
What the hell? No. What are you doing? Who are you? Stop using these weird words that don't make any sense.
No, I'm sorry. We turned you into Monkey Jackson. You morphed down like fucking Mario and turned into Monkey Jackson, which is just Michael Jackson but with monkey features. And now you're in the playroom. Yeah, and now we trapped you in the playroom.
There's hoses everywhere. Water trickling
Yeah,
slowly.
we have to navigate our secret rooms. Anyway, yes, you're Monkey Jackson now forever.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not a monkey.
Yeah.
You can just turn me into a monkey.
Holds up a huge mirror. Dude, I'm not a liar. Check for yourself, bro. Holds up the mirror, you see, you touch your own face, you features in your monkey hands. You hold up bananas above you, you jump like 10 feet
Forget a monkey. I'm a man.
Oh, fuck. The water's getting high. Jackson monkey. Climb the pipes and get out. Yeah, we're leaving you to fucking solve the fucking demands level by yourself. Fucking sorry, dude. This fucking monkey Jackson forever. And we're leaving. Bye.
Wait, don't leave me, keys.
Keys. You're sorry, monkey mind. You got monkey mind.
Biscuit.
You got monkey mind in you.
It's a sun bun bun bun. Biscuit.
That one's weird. How do we go from what? How did we even get there? Is this who I think it is?
It's really me. They sent me from the mountain to the basement.
What the fuck is this? Alright.
I've been a bit bored and decided to sign on for some questions today.
Okay. What's wrong with you? Your brain? You're talking crazy, dude. By the way, nice to meet you. I'm Chris. I'm here with Corey and David. We're all big fans of your Beatles. We like the Beatles. What do you think about that?
I'm glad to hear it. Glad to know there are still young people who appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, we like some of it. Some of it's some shit, dude. It's just saying. No. So it says Yellow Submarine is really fruity. No, come on, some of it. He says Abbey Road was like kind of your worst album. You said Abbey Road, more like a flabby road.
What do you think about A Hard Day's Night?
He says it's a hard day's shite.
You know, one of the most common criticisms was that Abbey Road was too heavy. Now, how can you be too heavy? It's like saying, you know, Chopin was a bit soft, Beethoven was a bit too loud. A bit too loud? Are you crazy, man? Beethoven was like perfect.
He's still on it. I mean, it's all subjective. Honestly, I think music's for the weak-minded now. What do you think about this? Mario versus Sonic.
Mario versus Sonic, I don't know. Do we have a third option?
No. Mario versus Sonic, Mr. Lennon. Versus Yoko Ono. Versus Yoko.
Yoko Ono, of course. She's more talented. I mean, she's more experimental.
You're biased.
I mean, I've heard of Mario and Sonic. They're really rather boring by comparison.
No! You're in love, aren't you? Okay, so, no, now take Yoko out. Mario versus Sonic, please give your truthful answer.
All right. Since I'm an old fart, I might as well be predictable here. Mario.
Thank you. Why?
First of all, I like the name better. Mario sounds like a real person, like a good plumber. Sonic sounds like the stuff they put in your water to control your mind.
That's true. That's so true. Good answer, honestly. I wasn't expecting that. One more thing. Which Beatle would you like to kill? Which Beatle would you like to fuck, marry, and kill? Yeah, fuck, marry, kill.
Well, I can do better than one because my answer is Ringo. I mean, I'd marry Ringo and I'd kill Yoko.
Oh, whoa.
You see, I've got to be smart about this.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer, too. Not one of the Beatles, you fucking moron. Oh, yeah, Yoko's not one of the Beatles, silly Billy. You have to fuck, marry, kill Ringo, George, or Paul. Leave Yoko out of it. Stop thinking about it for 1 second.
Oh, this is getting fun. All right. So I marry Paul because he's the smartest. I kill George because I love him the least. And I guess I'll have to get with Ringo.
Mr. Lennon, dude, everybody always says you're so hard on Paul in his songs. He was such a good songwriter. But, like, Paul has that one song, Green Hill Zone. Yeah, Green Hill Zone. So, what do you think of that one? I mean, that was pretty good, right?
I suppose a little bit cheeky, but I like it better than anything Ringo ever wrote.
That's rude, dude. That's the thing you don't talk about, right? Listen, you call Mario Palmer. How do you know who Mario is? Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, but you were, like, blown apart like a fucking Fallout 3 selected, like, death. Fucking before those things existed.
I'm like a proper boomer when I say this, but I was once into video games, and I'm aware of them, you know. Yeah, I get it. I'm into it, but I have to integrate.
You like fucking with Atari, right?
The internet. You want to know why I
You go on a tangent.
No, Atari's more modern. I started.
Oh, you're in that. Okay.
Mr. Lennon though, have you ever played a game called Dark Souls?
I've heard of it. I mean, I've seen the box in Best Buy, but isn't it some kind of a violent game about killing and stuff?
Best Buy. I mean, I guess there's like killing in it. I mean, the guy that you play as is like already dead, which I mean that's kind of relatable, right?
Relatable. Yeah, I like that word. Dark Souls sounds intriguing. But do these guys have any personality, these characters? I mean, is there any humor at all?
I mean, like, you're in the world of Lord Jan.
Dark, kind of funny.
It's kind of supposed to be dark, macabre, and like humorless. It's a FromSoft classic. I mean, only true gamers will understand. I mean,
I guess Onion Knight breaks them all.
Oh yeah, dude, Mr. John, I watched your no-hit speedrun of Dark Souls. I was in the crowd at SGDQ fucking watching, dude.
Yeah, Paul was like giving you tips, and you were also trying to help him.
Yeah, Paul was the guy giving you tips, so he's like, you got to roll under the fence there.
Yeah, and George kept telling me to be careful with the dragons, and Ringo kept yelling, "Watch out for the green turtle shells." Paul's got more free time than me to watch some speed runs.
Yeah, I know. So your SGDQ run was awesome until that fat lard tripped and unplugged the fucking 360. That killed your whole speedrun career. Wouldn't be the first thing in your career that's been killed before. But, you know.
Yeah, the drum was brutal. SGDQ was a disaster. I should have known that running video games is not in my blood. I mean, I have terrible thumbs. I'm a terrible gamer now. Terrible.
Can I ask you anything? Yeah, sure. My friend Chris, I just want to say, Chris is 6'12", has neon purple eyes, and he has like sharp vampire teeth and like an extruding belly button. You can see through his shirt. So I'm gonna hand the phone to that guy, and he's gonna ask him.
Did you say 6'12"?
Yep. Hello, little guy. That's you out there.
Do you play professional basketball?
Let's plays.
Let's plays. I don't get it. That's like watching somebody else have fun playing a game.
Yeah, you have a Let's Play channel too, remember?
You're kidding me. Ringo and George are Let's Plays.
Yeah, Beetle Plays. You are too, remember?
The Beetle Plays.
Okay. I remember now. And I remember saying, "Well, you don't tell me, so it's actually fun to look at it." We all started that channel to kill time when we weren't being the Beatles. You know, we wanted to try to have fun after we finished our work. We decided to try our hand at being game players, since it was all right. Unfortunately, different styles. That's what caused all the tension on the channel, and pretty much killed us as a group.
Yeah.
It's the main reason why we broke up. Our friends are brutal. If one of our videos sucks, we get ripped apart in the comments section.
What do you think was your funniest playthrough though? Like your greatest moment?
There's one moment when Paul was playing this game where you get shot out of a cannon. He was giggling like a little schoolgirl. That was pretty good. And then there was a time when George got frustrated with his boss level at the end of the game, and he said, "Screw you, boss." He's always got a way with words.
That was motivating.
But Ringo had some really good moments too.
Do you remember when Ringo was on that bridge in PUBG and he called that guy the N slur?
Oh, yeah, that was a rough one. I mean, Ringo just goes and says the wrong thing without thinking, of course. After it got on the internet, everyone was like, I don't want to issue an apology for that one. Poor Ringo.
How did that apology go?
Actually, we used the words "Here comes the sun" as our way of saying we're sorry, everybody, in our video statement, but nobody got it. I thought it was subtle, but everybody missed it. Our fans were like, "Why the hell are they doing an apology in the form of a Beatles song?"
Well, tell me, what the fuck does "Here Comes the Sun" have to do with the N slur?
I thought everyone knew that "Here comes the sun" means we're sorry, we apologize. Who doesn't know that?
You disavow what Ringo said, or do you think it was kind of funny?
I don't approve of it, for sure. And afterwards, we all thought
I gotta ask you one.
how not good it was. But Ringo, you know how he is, he's got a dark sense of humor. He's edgy.
You wrote a song called "Women Are the Heart of the World."
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, it just he hung up on you? Yeah.
Feeling up. You can't take that.
Coffee?
You remember when Casey Kasem had that horrible dementia in his last couple years of life, and he was like kidnapped or something? Like
Who's Casey Kasem?
He's the guy named Shaggy.
Oh, really?
I'm Casey Kasem. That's my friend. I'm Shaggy. I'm Casey Kasem. But Casey Kasem had horrible dementia that he was suffering from.
No.
I know, it's truly sad. And his family like had a custody battle over him at the end, where he was like, they had like when he died, they like didn't know where to put his body. So he just like put it like on the beach. Apparently, perhaps got it was a really horrible ordeal.
Was any part of that true?
I think 93% of it was true.
You're actually stupid. I actually don't believe
Crap
you.
made a hell out of his skeleton.
See, her name's Maya. That's a nod to the fact that she's CG generated.
Oh. What? She's CGI generated?
Yeah.
How?
You can tell by the like really shitty imperfections on her face.
That's just a real. Yeah, that's right. It's like when my grandma asked me how to train all those monkeys for Planet of the Apes. It's a really wholesome, nice story.
You should probably
That was gasoline, I think.
Oh yeah, it was gaslit that guy, literally.
You literally gaslit that guy to bring a little bird on a piece of charcoal.
I am orange and I step away.
He's orange.
He is orange in that video. Go to Chocolate Rain and look how orange he is. Look, he's pure orange.
Yeah.
He's very orange. And it's also amazing when the camera cuts to his hands and you realize that he's a fucking prodigy on the keyboard.
Wait,
He's playing
are you
that.
serious? He's
Yeah.
playing?
When it cuts to his hands, you won't believe your eyes. Chocolate Rain.
I don't believe you.
No, I swear on my freaking soul.
His arms are moving.
It's insanity.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
It's a trick cutaway. It's a trick cutaway.
It's not. Look! I freaking told
Okay,
you.
but it's not. It's a separately recorded
No.
He's seated there.
He's hanging from the fucking ceiling upside down.
Yeah, totally.
He's like Lano's for Portland. Yeah.
He's just integrated with this computer and he's just hanging out of it.
Let's stop back and tell you something for heaven's sake. You know the band Alien Ant Farm?
Yeah.
Did you know that guy, the way they got that, the band got that name is they had like a, like, when the main guy was living in his apartment, he woke up to a bunch of ants crawling in and out of his dick, and that is what gave him the name for the band. Because apparently he was like eating apples and trash and banana peels all over his apartment. And so when he saw ants swarming in and out of every hole.
So he is the alien ant farm after all this?
He's the alien ant farm. That's what gave him the name.
That's scary, man.
Does it make sense though when I say that?
It does.
Ants crawling.
Yeah, no.
When I say ants were crawling out of every on his ears, his nose, his mouth, and his did you know what? Did you know that when the moon landing happened, Richard Nixon wrote a letter of preparation to deliver in case it failed?
Really?
Yeah.
What did it say?
It said, no, it did say like, our brave astronauts died on the moon, ha! I'm alive and they're dead!
So really, there's some fucked up lore.
Sure.
Did you know that in Lord of the Rings, Gollum is related to Aragorn?
No.
Isn't that crazy?
But Gollum was a hobbit. Yeah, he's related to Aragorn. But Aragorn's a human.
I know, but hobbits and men are not too distant. Must be a lot, I don't know.
Then how could they be closely related? I don't
In the world of Lord of the Rings,
Everything's related.
everything is related. And then at the end of the Lord of the Rings, this is not a joke, at the end of the Lord of the Rings, they literally write down that, and then all of the races fucked and became one. And that's what we are today. So everything in the past was there. And then they all became us.
So we are the average of the races of from Hobbit world.
And that's why Aragorn and Gollum are related.
Doesn't make no sense
This
to
might be
me.
it, I think. The final.
Did you know that Gandalf used to be a Gollum?
Well, Gandalf was a type of Gollum.
You guys are lying now. Gollum is not even. Gollum is a singular entity.
That was a typo. It's a stupid sentence word.
That really is true. You've heard of those,
I
right?
have fart.
Oh yeah, they'll like find a piece of ham between someone's fat rolls when it's there for like 5 years.
I don't think that would ever happen.
That has happened like multiple times. I swear to God,
Dude,
that's real.
if that happened, there would be bugs burrowing into your
It
skin.
was, yeah, there was. There's like maggots like eating the guy's fat.
Really?
Yeah, wait, let me look it up.
Dude,
Let me look at maggots.
I gotta see this.
Maggots
And
eat
Edgar,
fat.
if he shows you the picture, you have to put it in like the
And if you're listening at home and you're like, you know, you want to see, look up maggots eat fat man.
Alive, he's dead. Real.
Fat person. I swear to God, it was like a piece of food.
I'm telling
Food
you,
I've
never heard this.
Food and fat roll. I know it's like a Simpsons or a Family Guy too joke like, oh yeah, so you find a piece of sandwich and yeah, look, what is hiding in this is from my Chicago News. What is hiding in this fat man's rolls?
I was watching Joe Rogan and he was interviewing a guy who planted a bomb in a building. I forget which one. But the guy who planted the bomb in the building was laughing as he talked about it.
Wait. How is he not in trouble?
Wait, was it illegal? Because he's like on the run.
Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking
He
about?
was on the run from the government.
Wait, he did the podcast?
Yeah. It was really weird.
I don't think
It's real.
That version of that's you
Did
saying.
he say it was cool that he put a bomb there, or? Oh, sorry, no. It was halfway through. Joe Rogan was like, he was talking about it, and the guy was like, "Yeah, I'm still on the run." And then Joe Rogan started sweating profusely
and laughing and joking with him.
So it was just like, what should we do here? And then just kind of cuts out.
You're full of shit. Why did I even go that far? I was like, you take people on and go to jail and stuff. I'm like, you never know.
That was stupid. That was too
The guy
stupid.
planted a bomb. What are you talking about?
At least I got somewhere with it. I was making it up on the fly. I was the one sweating profusely.
Would you get mad if people start spelling your name Tolmar? Like,
with an L?
They just added an L, or like they refused to spell it right.
Everyone's like,
They collectively gaslit you for the rest of the
our
time.
guest Joshua Tolmar is
Tolmar,
here.
yeah, Tolmar.
Yeah, I'd hate it.
If every week
If I'm being honest,
but even your parents were like, no, your name has always been Tolmar.
You're saying I'm getting like Mandela affected too?
There's simply an L.
No, you fucking idiots!
Corey, I'm pretty sure I used to piss you off when I called you Corey Delaminguez.
Nope, that's my real name.
That's his birth certificate.
That is my real name.
I was rewatching Breaking Bad recently. Dude, there's an episode that is so sad. The one where like Walter makes Jesse eat worm to get on the bus. You know that episode?
Yeah.
For his loyalty.
Oh, I used to hate that episode. I thought it would it stood out. Like it was kind of weird, but the more
Walter says you have to eat the worm. Just
it's like
you have to eat the worm.
It seems like it's just like a bullshit filler episode, but it's more so of like good character
It's just a good
development.
character development. Like it's just a back and forth of those two characters together. I think. Yeah, that's what the. By the way, guys, if you ever get a phone, this is good. Just a good life advice. If you ever get a phone call from the IRS asking you to pay your taxes with Apple cards from Walmart, that's actually a pretty legitimate way to do it.
You might go to jail by saying that. I'm not sure.
Alright, disclaimer. Everything I just said is absolutely true. No, it's not Bruce Willis, dude.
That's Bruce Willis, dude.
It's not Bruce Willis, man.
Why would you replace Christmas with a shitty actor?
That's not nice.
Well, to beats up homeless people with spiritually selective.
Is that really a thing?
Bruce Willis did this guy fire.
We did it.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Let me guess, you didn't watch Smosh Babies. Whatever, dude.
Smosh Babies, down with your dreams come true. No, I never watched Smosh Babies. Is that actually a thing?
Yeah.
I'm not.
You're not. You little British fucking deformed guy.
You little British
That's a Rodell bug, my British Willie.
Hey, the actor British Willie from an old school.
That looks like Anthony Padilla you're drawing.
No, it's not. It's the other guy. But it's not the other guy. It's come on.
Dude, this is Smosh right here. It's pretty spot on, honestly.
That's actually exactly what they look like. It's a Smosh Pipe. It's a Smosh Pipe.
What are you talking about? I don't remember that.
Well, it's all the Smosh Babies.
Are you in Lapland? Where are you? Who's Lapland?
That's where Santa lives. Lapland?
What?
What? You've never heard of Lapland?
Never in my whole life.
Like you sit on his lap? No, this is where Santa. That's where he's. He lives in the North Pole. Yes, Lapland. Lapland. Okay, are you fucking with me? In Ireland, do they actually call the North Pole Lapland? Yes.
What? As in what? From what? Derived from
I
what?
don't know. Look it up. Is that too much fun on you? Look up Lapland and see where it derives from. Yeah, that's where Santa lives.
Santa lives in the North Pole. Santa?
That's not Santa. This isn't real.
Like when did Santa move?
Service company, you see the new shops. Wait, what? What is this?
Wait, what? So, wait. Santa's like Scandinavian?
No, I see what this is.
What is it?
This is literally a real place in Finland or whatever.
Yeah.
Where they say it's like it looks like the North Pole.
Oh, really?
I think.
No way. That's real.
Santa Claus Village. You have to get village from I don't think he meant it.
Is that my whole childhood ruined? Did they say that he's from Finland in Ireland? No, they say he's from Lapland. I always thought Lapland was a place in the North Pole.
That's like saying Santa Claus lives in Missouri or something.
I truly believe that my whole life.
I am from Missouri.
I know Santa's dead and all. I know he's not real.
He died in 1982.
I know he's mummified and has no eyes. His skin's black and he's backwards.
And he's in a huge sarcophagus with steam coming out of it. And it says, "Do not open" in an ancient text, unreadable text.
But I still thought he was from Lapland, regardless of all that. Wait, Lyle, you were saying earlier that there was a show called Blog Dog. Okay, first of all, the show's called Dog with a Blog. It's a Disney Channel original show. That's a better link where there's a dog that has a blog, and the dog, I assume, types things like OMG.
Does a human say his voice?
No. Well, I mean, I assume, but in the context of the show, no, it's a real dog and it speaks.
Is it a dog?
It's real. You're asking me for fine details on something I only on a surface level understanding.
I'm pretty sure you made this up and you're just fucking with
I would never. Me? You are fucking with us. I knew it. Yes. Would I lose you, Chris? Yes. Would that be something I'd do for the sake Corey wouldn't?
No, wait. I didn't get to that part of my blog yet. I'll do that after my new product review.
You can manipulate somebody with sociopathic tendencies.
You can manipulate them and force them to do whatever you believe.
Have you ever like manipulated somebody and made them like, force them to do something? It's pretty cool. Yeah. Have you ever played mind games and gotten into somebody's head? Getting into people's heads like coolest shit.
Getting into people's fucking heads and making them go crazy, basically. Gaslighting them, making them feel stupid, making them feel weak and insecure, and driving them to insanity, yeah.
Can you go back for a second, for just a moment?
I'm not listening to you.
Please entertain me, just this one thing.
What?
Is there a tiny version of you flexing in the background?
Oh, that's Herculad. That's his like sidekick.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, like he just cheers you on during the game.
Okay, that's good.
Is it really called Herculad?
Yeah. He's in the movie.
Herculad is, I've seen the movie before, he's not, there's no
He is in the movie.
Herculad?
This is sounding really familiar.
Yeah.
It's when he's like signing all the pictures and the guy's like, I'm Herculad, I'm gonna make you Spanish. Like, you're gonna be my sidekick.
Oh, I think there was literally a smaller version of Hercules called Herculad.
No, that is it. That's what I'm talking about.
He's not a clone, no, it's like just a guy dressed as Hercules.
You know, it's a clone. It's a clone.
He's not a fucking clone of Hercules, the movie.
What are you talking about?
There's Las Vegas with the guy, it's not a fucking clone machine.
We got a mosquito that bit you, and we cloned you. Welcome to Hercules Park. And then all those little Hercules
this movie all the time. How do you not remember that?
That would be, I could see if I saw it. That'd be like a good plot for a sequel, like you just, that is not, dude.
You collected Herculad, you monster!
Yeah, see?
No, that's the action figure, I think. I was always with you. Because there is a scene where a guy dresses Hercules saying, I love you, Hercules.
No, it's not. I made that up.
No, there is a guy. No, a kid dresses Hercules in that movie.
Chris, you just gaslit Zach.
I was reading those two weeks named Hercules.
You heard of the new social justice movement, I Woke? Where all the Ewoks are now woke?
That's not
real.
Don't be mean. I don't think you even see something. holy fuck. There has been worse shit than that. There should be an I woke movement.
Did you see that the fucking forwards and new stars have like legitimately they like threw on their vaginas but they didn't like pixelated in the movie? They did.
Did they really?
You can see what look at flying above their head and you can see their little pussy beneath.
Yeah. I fucking hate Elaine Degenerate.
Did you see Elaine Degenerate? On Twitter, that recent she posted on Twitter?
Well, it's a picture of a fucking fallopian tube.
There's a picture of her fucking dick foot stuffy on the camera. She said, "Watch out! Stop out the haters."
Well, that did not happen. You're actually lying now. There's an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians where a huge-ass tarantula crawls onto Kim Kardashian's hand and she slaps it to death. What? It's not real. It would be good. I like him too.
He's talking about opening a cum ray or something.
A cum ray? He wasn't doing that. That's not real. How is that real?
Just a video where it was like a 4-year probably a lot to come across his gas. He was like, oh.
Okay, Zach. He's gonna get his fan here.
Feature was Word Odyssey for the SNES. Can you play that one?
What are you talking about? I know you're lying.
No, that's Word Odyssey.
Worm Odyssey?
Yeah, it had level features.
You're a fucking little lie. Worm Odyssey. What do? You fucking what I call it every time I get the pussy. Worm Odyssey.
You say, sweetie, bring it to the Word Odyssey to the Alps.
He calls up children in hospitals and puts on the Winnie the Pooh voice. Oh. And he says,
"You're going to die."
I'm sure he doesn't do that last part.
I can't believe you've done this. One of those guys actually fell into a wood grinder.
Really?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Was it on purpose? Did he die or just get injured? He lost his body from his toes to his neck.
Well, you couldn't still be alive.
He died.
Alright then.
Is any part of that true? The camera zooms in his head at the top of the grinder. You've done this.
Did he ever really get caught in a wood chipper?
No. I made that up. Okay? Sometimes you gotta make up things for funniness to happen.
Maybe that's what it came down to. Someone was just so starstruck by Peter Dinklage that they're like, well,
wait, did you say gnome struck?
Did I say gnome struck?
No, you absolutely didn't. You guys are fucking messed up.
I really did.
You said gnome struck, dude.
There's no way I said gnome struck.
Can't believe you said that.
Wait, I need to listen back.
You're so fucking messed up.
How did I even come up with gnome struck?
Your fucks. What? Report to press. Report to press. Report to the press. Tell them what happened. Go.
The thing is, I'm believing you now that I said gnome struck.
Tomorrow's gonna have to fucking chase down a mail carrier before he delivers news to the left and he said gnome struck to clear his name.
Yeah, sorry guys, I gotta go.
That's a real shithole to think about it.
Well, my niece got bit by a copperhead and died from it.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
You had a niece that died?
my niece got bit by a copperhead.
Oh.
Stories that are true.
My niece got bit by a copperhead. You know what's the worst video ever? You'd talk to worst, like biggest figures, like historical figures that I hate. There's a whole world Martin Luther King video. The middle was bullshit. I did not support the civil rights movement in the 1960s.
Zach loves to name random people as bigots.
What? His father just killed himself.
Shut up.
Instantly knew you were lying. You weren't even on the tweet, you were scrolling around and said that. Oh, it's dead. Fuck you, Zach. That's a good time, though.
When they fucking like 93-year-old Jimmy Carter just like doing suicide note, what did he say?
farm?
Yeah, that's what he's famous for. He's a peanut butter president.
Oh,
My peanut butter, my peanuts will shower.
that's fucking
I don't
mean.
want to live no more. Peanuts will shower.
You shouldn't say that.
Peanuts will shower. I don't want to live no more. Peanuts will shower. Jimmy Carter, why do you want to die? I want to fucking die because my peanuts will fucking shower.
Why would he say that even?
Oh, pissed off. What's wrong, Jimmy?
Peanuts go sour.
What's wrong, Jimmy? Oh, freaking peanuts will shower.
That's just making this up.
No, that's what you really said in the interview. Fucking pissed.
My peanuts will sour.
What's wrong? Don't touch me, dude. Fucking pissed. Chris has one Blue Man tattoo and one Juana Man tattoo on him.
This is gonna be some wordplay. What's wrong with that?
No, dude. That's a Juana's real.
Zach, this is literally the stupidest shit you've ever made up.
Juana Man is a real movie.
Yeah, do it.
I've never seen it have to, Chris.
This is literally your first dementia moment yet.
I'm sorry, what is this? A fucking YouTube clip of Juana Man?
One option to play as a woman. Joanna Man.
It's real, and I've seen it.
Juana Man! Yeah, Juana Man! You see that new story?
No, it's not real.
It's true, I saw it today.
It was the White Chicks movie before White Chicks.
Let's go to $80 million budget.
Shut up.
Yeah, fucking liar.
Hawkeye is kind of not as good as the other Avengers. I noticed that personally, but
I'm gonna put a gun to his wife's mouth.
in real life, the actor.
Yeah, there's a rumor there. Really? I'll fucking say it.
I'll fucking send it to you. I saw it on the official Jeremy Renner app. It was, you could like react to the Jeremy Renner fan page where he showed
gun in his wife's mouth. Threatened to put a gun in his mouth, threatened to kill himself, and fired the gun in his ceiling.
This sounds like a lie you specifically make up, so.
I'm gonna kill myself and shot in the ceiling in his house.
That's not like my hero, Hawkeye.
I don't think Hawkeye would put a gun into his mouth.
Actually, that sounds exactly like what Hawkeye would do.
That's what Hawkeye did to Thanos. To stop Thanos, he said, "Yo, what's up?" And I'm going, "Dude, relax." Have you seen Shilbo yet?
Shilmo.
Shilbo?
What is Chilbo?
Shilbo.
You're a fucking liar.
Shilbo.
Whatever you say
No,
is
I'm
not
not kidding.
real.
I'm not kidding. It's like
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I feel like
Since you the little JPEG of a game dog, it also if you talk in it, you say, I need a GF, I need a GF, I need a GF 3 times.
Yeah.
It sends you a JPEG of a really cute smiling girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would like that.
It's called Showbo. It's an app, we said by Apple.
it's an app made by Apple.
I mean, you can buy it for $20 at the Apple store.
Fuck off! I was getting my ring!
So get chilly, so I don't get past this fight and take a picture of it.
That pees me off.
Funny. Did you unplug the fucking computer? What are you doing?
God damn it, Shilbo. Why are you such a dirty little critter? Not that fun. Mom,
Why are you being such a slow-mo? What's that for, Sonny? Hold on. Get out of here.
Biscuit 2 is the party.
Oh, no. It's a technical foul.
No, Mr. Howell. I don't expect anything.
Good, good. Sonny, what are you doing? Can't pull the permanently damaged computer, but stick the fucking hand. What the fuck do you want in there? Maybe retard. your favorite toy?
What can I do for you?
Well met.
Wow.
You need something?
Big wampums, Miss Biscuit.
Pretty much.
Biscuit,
So
whoa.
it's like a two-dimension attached to the phone. And if you ever need like gaming knowledge, since you a little JPEG of a game knowledge.
That's cool that it's called Chilba.
It's called Chilba, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
And
What a shitty brand name.
but if you talk into, if you say, I need a GIF, I need a GIF, I need a GIF, you say it 3 times,
Yeah.
it sends you a JPEG of a really cute smiling girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would like that.
It's called Chilba. It's an app. I think it's made by Apple.
It's an app made by Apple.
You buy it for $20 at the Apple store.
Fuck off! I was getting my ring.
So if you had Chilba, you could have said, how do I get past the spike? Take a picture of it.
That pees me off. You want to see a speedrunning technique? What? What are you complaining about this time?
Something really fun.
That was pretty speedy. That was pretty sweet. What's up? You're looking at the. I'm like, he can't show me the chewing face, so I trusted you.
Oh yeah, literally, I get t-shirts with this up, I would fucking think it.
Wait, what? The chewing face that you're always showing me? Whenever Zach sees me, he's like, Tomar, check this cool thing out. And it's all, he might even have a description for it. He uses all kinds of lies and deception. But it's always the same thing. He'll hold up his phone, and it's that image of a chewing claymation face. Oh yeah. The fucking the creature comforts face. Yeah, the creature comforts. Yeah. It's always that. And he thinks it's so funny.
I think I've drinking you like 10 times.
No Shilbo, Miss Biscuit. Shilbo.
Actually, can I make a request? I haven't made a request in a while.
Yeah, what's your request?
My request is to all of you in the viewing audience right now. Can you guys trick your mom or your dad or anybody?
You should never do that.
Say, oh my god, like, look at the news. Really, really act like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Come here, and then bring your person, or you have to record all this, and record yourself showing them the little picture of the character in front of that show.
Oh god.
You have to do
This is private torture for me. It's going to
Love you.
It's a little company in public. That you buy stocks. So I'm gonna say, yeah, there's a really good one we put in the next episode.
You guys need a moth?
I'm not kidding, I just saw a moth in your mouth.
Far away.
Did you really? I didn't notice it if that happened. How can you eat this? We don't even have the lights on in this room anymore. How did you not taste a moth on your mouth? How do you know Zach did not just make this up on the Have you seen Flight of the Navigator?
You've seen
Better.
What's that about?
It's about a little boy who gets abducted into a spaceship. He flies around the world real quick.
You are literally a fucking psychopath for making that up.
That's real. That's real.
That's not real.
It is real. Watch Flight of the Navigator. It's fucked up.
What year is it, bro?
1922. No, 80 something.
88 probably.
What's the plot?
It's a little boy. He walks out and then he gets put back into where he was, but everyone's way older now.
That's a really bad. That's actually a genuinely bad idea for a movie.
He's still a little boy, and everyone's way
I thought
older.
you said it was about flying around the world.
He is. He gets abducted by it twice.
Why? What's it?
Because it loves him or something.
Wait. You're telling me the plot is that the little boy gets abducted. There's like 10 minutes of that. Comes back.
Movie is that? Yeah.
No.
Is that Act 1 or is that like the little movie?
Yeah, Act 1 is he gets abducted, gets put back, everyone's older. Act 2 is he gets abducted again, and Act 3 is he saves the world somehow, I forget.
I'm not following any of that, dude.
Oh, fuck. Have you seen the video? 20 foot high school girl.
What? She was not 20 feet.
She is.
Christian, she was not. No fucking way. The tallest person ever was like
no, she's
like 9 feet.
Okay, dude.
I mean, I kind of thought that you were hyperbolizing anyway, but...
20 feet. You heard about Elton John and Freddie Mercury, though, right?
What?
They both admit they're not gay, they just do it for attention.
Oh yeah, no, Freddie Mercury said like 2 weeks ago.
Food and Mag is like the best website ever.
Dude, what the fuck is Food and Mag?
It's just like Mag with a dick.
What is it gonna work?
No, Zach.
It could be real, dude. That was a fucking troll. There's a lot of
Well, yeah, it is, but it's very stupid. There's a new word for shit.
What?
Flop. You ever hear that?
Flop?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
B-O-F. Now, what are you getting at with this, Chris?
No, that's real. That's a real new thing.
Sure it is.
No, it's like a non-shitty way of saying shit. It's just I bought.
Is that different? It's just like a
Nah,
different
there's a
language.
point to this. I'm not
No
falling
point.
for
This
this.
is Hoculus 2.0.
Yeah.
Hoculus.
Would I make a Hoculus? I don't know. Here's the thing.
It sucks.
What is this character? This is his sister Coco. She's driving a little go-kart.
Yeah, no, this is awesome. Sister Coco, this is real.
You're looking at it, Zach.
Yeah,
How
this
can
is
you be fucking...
I don't know anything about this universe. I was looking at
Do
Hercules.
you think this was like a character they made up? Just to...
No, I think if you got a wig or something right after that.
No, it's his sister.
It's like a Looney Tunes thing where it's like
Her head shapes a circle.
it's
Well, I mean, I guess that would be maybe believable with shit like that.
yes, it's believable. It's probably it's only a fucking cartoon. What is it? Manicure. Yeah, there you go.
You know what? There's a fucking movie called The Indian in the Cupboard. He's just a little Native American.
That is true. Yeah, no.
That's a famous movie.
Yeah, it's this little kid has a toy Indian. He puts him in the cupboard and he turns into a tiny man.
Yeah.
I don't believe
And
this.
that's real. And then there's Indian in the cupboard too, where he does it with a cowboy as well. And that's an old Mason, I think.
No, that's fucking Night the Museum, you fucking shithead.
I'm complaining all my shit.
Indian in the Cupboard is a
That
famous
Museum
story.
is a sequel. Ben Stiller's not.
Serious.
The Indian in the cupboard is fucking real. Look at Chris, the chicken's up. The chicken's up. We ruined it.
I actually don't know. It was a shitty plot. I swear on my fucking mother's life. Look it up on your phone right now. The Indian in the cupboard.
Look it up. There's a stupid kid. There's a stupid fucking curly-headed kid with his mouth open. His mouth is open. He's fucking stupid.
His square-ass teeth are fucking grimacing on the cupboard.
There's always an Indian in his head. Because his parents don't love him.
I'm sick of
Parents
this
don't
fucking
love him. The annoying friend is the Indian.
Do you really not believe that there's a movie called The Indian?
60% believe there's an Indian.
Look it up right now.
I'm not gonna squint and look at a blood bowl and the type in small Indian that's uncovered.
I swear.
There's an Indian in the cupboard too, where opening the cupboard going in. I know it's the box.
I've lied before, but this is real. This is the Indian in the cupboard.
This is the fully clad Indian, right?
Why won't you fucking believe this one thing?
I'll look it up at the internet.
Look it up right now so people know. Indian in the fucking cupboard.
This movie's got a 5.9 out of 10.
I fucking told you. I fucking told
It was
you.
released in 1985.
Yeah. Does the boy not have curly hair and square ass teeth and looking shocked on the cover?
Some kids that you don't like, you see those Indian man.
I fucking told you. And his teeth are actually square. I knew I remember that. Okay, Zach.
Are you actually okay? Because you don't believe fucking anything that's told to you.
Not anymore.
It's,
Not after what I've been going through.
I guess I can't blame you. To be fair, at the same time, I wish we could keep doing it. I did the exact same thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We just create a nice environment where none of us can trust us with our lives.
So the thing you're going is if you guys can have a I've only had if you would not ejaculate for a while, not even a drug, but then you do it and it gets a sound. He goes, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It makes like a spring sound. It's only happened once when I was.
That's a cartoon.
That's not. That's the
dumbest goddamn shit I've ever heard. It's not big enough of a fucking mass of liquid to make any sound.
Yes, no, it's not something with the liquid. It's the power of it.
You're a fucking scumbag. No, it's like, I will say,
That's happened before.
sometimes I pee into the toilet and it makes a whistling sound.
It's not the liquid, it's the pressure of it. It's
I just don't want to think about it.
No, I'm not asking you, I'm just saying. It's
You're a fucking liar. I don't believe that. I just don't believe you. This is the thing where they retard, you believe that? Fuck off. You fucking know.
Somebody, some nice young black kid over in the comments goes, that people is some nice person in the comments.
He's got a fucking huge amount of fucking.
Yeah, he's got a big fucking sack and that's the daily butt. He said, fuck it, he wants, that's a better. Let's get off this.
You're fucking stupid.
That's bad.
You're stuck with these bonus levels. How many times in your life have you pooped and you couldn't find where you pooped?
That happens like 1 in every 14 times.
Really? No. That's happened to me twice.
But you're right. But that was a lot. The first season was really bad.
You tried so fucking hard to push that. Well, anyway, go on.
No, the first thing was real, I swear.
Israel.
Yeah, Tomer.
Did I ever tell you what happened to my brother? He was like,
Bert?
Yeah, Bert. When we were in a car when we were younger, we were on
Sonny.
the way to get a tire swing.
Sonny.
We got to the place, it was like
Stop.
on this dusty hill, and he got into the tire like just to sit in it, see if he liked it, and started rolling down the hill towards our car.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Just sliced his head clean off.
Yeah.
They don't hurt you.
Stop doing it.
You ever tell a story about he actually convinced me when we like the
Do you have a fake brother?
first year when we
Chris, you
started
have a
talking.
fake brother? Yeah.
No, when I first started talking to Chris, like 2010.
I made that up for you.
You did. That's
I
how that
forgot about
happened.
that.
That's how that happened.
Yeah.
The thing is, the lie was not even as ridiculous that. The lie when he told me that was like, oh yeah, I'm brother Bert, and the lie was that he was really good at swimming and you were jealous. That was the lie. And he never laughed or something. Just he mentioned it casually, and then like 9 months later, I was like, oh yeah, something, and I was like, oh, your brother. He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, your brother who swims, his brother Bert. He's like, what are you fucking talking about? So, but it was like the most believable, regular, like normal lie. It's like
The gaslighting goes back so far.
Yeah, it goes way beyond Herculad. It goes back to Bert O'Neill.
Herculad? What? Herculad. I convinced Zach that there was a character in Hercules called Herculad, that he was a smaller version of Hercules.
It's true, I believed it. I usually my wits about me. Is Venom just a little black man, like a little black group onto his foot?
Yeah, it does. No, it crawls on the spaceship, and then it connects to Peter Parker, and then Peter Parker's like, wow, it's benefiting me, and I'm benefiting me, and what's the problem? And he starts becoming like an asshole. He's like, I'm getting rid of this. He throws it into Aunt May's lunch bag, she gets it, and then she becomes Spider-Man, and then she dies.
This is true.
That is true.
I don't even know. No, there's no Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
I believe like 72% of them.
See that like test that the guy did? The trailer behind it. The test to show that like the positioning of the luggage in one will completely make the cars were out of control.
You say like if the thing behind the car does that?
Yeah, you gotta have the luggage closer to the car or more heavy towards, because if you do that all the way in the back, it starts to
safety fishtail.
Yeah, it makes you swing all over. And there's a little rat in the video, he dies.
The rat dies?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's a little rat that's stuck in the car.
It's a real rat?
Yeah.
What are you saying? What the fuck is this called?
Rat drives car.
They put it real bad.
Rat drugs killer.
Yeah. Because they couldn't afford the dummies because it cost like $700.
Hang on, Jim. Oh, no, you're stable. To test the whole trailer.
Okay, Zach, shut up. I mean it live with the rat.
Everybody needs it. One bit 74.
Did you know in the new CG Scooby movie, Shaggy is born from a tube?
Hey, Chris.
Wait,
You're not, no. This is another fucking little Hercules thing or whatever. Hercules. This is very Don't believe his lies. You ever seen that movie? It's about Chris.
Have you seen the video of that huge fat guy that went around furry conventions and he was like walking up behind furries and coming on them?
That's not real.
It is.
He was coming on them?
Yeah, he was walking up to like people in fursuits and coming on them like without them knowing.
Like during the convention?
Like when they're all just like sitting around like in like little groups in the hallways.
Just like sort of wiping his jizz on them.
No, he just like runs up and like.
And they don't notice?
Yeah, they're wearing like 5 layers of fucking.
They wear like parkas.
Yeah. Wearing their furry burkas.
Is this like an e-fuck video or is it
their burkas?
Where did you find that?
I made it up, sorry.
That sounds real.
I know.
Let's gaslight Omar.
Yeah. Did you know how pipe organs work?
No.
I actually don't.
People playing, they have to smoke a pipe while they play, or their creative juices won't flow.
No, that's true. I read that on the internet.
Yeah. It was on pipeorgan.org.
Pipeorgan backstory lore. .web.
Didn't all pipe organs, or maybe not pipe organs, do they have any sort of like water component to them?
No, the real way they work, because I don't think it was
Isn't there like steam involved?
So basically, there's like a steam mechanism that goes up the top, but at the bottom, but you generally, this is the old way, not the new way, but the old way was you have the steam things on the bottom, you have a bunch of fat guys blowing air. So that's what was called.
I like season like 3 because it's like really informative about like the Amiga and stuff. The amoebas, yeah. The amoeba shelf. It's very informative.
Tomar's literally got a amoeba shelf.
Oh, that's fucking epic, dude. It's gonna be worth a lot someday.
I don't have an amoeba shell. I don't really. I own maybe like 3 amoebas. Actually, amoebos. I just realized saying amoeba this whole time.
Tomer, I didn't want to bring this up on here, but you know the way Shenmue 3 just came out with your voice and stuff?
Yeah.
You've seen the clip, right, of your fuck up?
Really? There's a clip of him fucking up?
It's like that Oblivion thing where the in-game character's talking, but then it cuts to the lady being like, oh wait, that was a bad take, wait a second. They got one of those for
they
you.
Actually did leave him.
Yeah.
That's not my fault.
It was you being like, hey shit my pants, I want to go home. But you just lied. Yeah. The guy goes, you can race these turtles. Oh shit. Oh, that's my penis. Oh, excuse me, do you have an extra shit to myself? I can't use the toilet because I'm sitting in there and it's clogging.
You guys weren't just recording just now.
Did you really think that could have happened? That would have been awesome.
I don't know.
That's my fault. You know, in the original Code of Ratatouille, he actually crawled inside the people and controlled them.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
You mentioned this, but the fact that you mentioned it twice now makes me think it might be.
Yeah, it's true. He crawled up their assholes and controlled.
Okay. You lost me at assholes.
And you know Guillermo del Toro's in this game? And then in the game, he's called Guillermo del Toro.
You just played the guy?
Yeah, and he walks up to, what's his name? Death Stranding. He says, I made Hellboy 1 and 2.
He did not say that.
He does not say that. Learn from a
I believe you. Chris, was I having a stroke just now, or were you just holding a basketball?
Oh, what?
Stroke. Okay. I could have sworn you were just holding a basketball. I was going to ask if you were about to do a sick dog. No. He was holding the keyboard thing.
No, before that. Are you actually fucking with me? No, what are you talking about? You're going crazy. Were you getting
Maybe if they didn't hang out all day in a dark room.
What a nifty trilby he was.
Maybe I'm just so badly wanted to shoot some hoops. No, I believe it's a basketball.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry. I just want to see how crazy you thought you were. Have you heard about this new trend of getting like outlines tattooed onto your body to look like a cartoon?
Like how you like draw on the little seams on a Gundam with like a Sharpie,
Yeah.
but with your actual body, like do people color in their like cheekbones?
No, they get these like you know, like hair extensions. They get these like stapled onto their skin so it looks like the outlines are on their body from a certain angle.
Is this real?
Yeah.
It's insane. You have to show me some of that later.
Sorry, man. It doesn't exist.
Aww.
You guys shouldn't believe a word I say.
I didn't.
You did, kinda.
I did.
Have you seen the episode where Aunt Hilda turns Sabrina into a shooter and sends her to school?
Into a what?
She gives her dick.
A dick lady?
Yeah. Is she actually a Fuda, or she just turns her into a man? You just added that extra.
No, she turns her into a Fuda.
So she keeps looking like a woman, but just adds a dick to her.
Yeah, she says, Fuda, you're a Fuda.
That's my favorite episode, dude.
The queen was crushing her corgi's brains with her high heels.
Wait, really?
No, you fucking retard.
That was an
The
accident.
queen was crushing her corgis out with high heels? You believe that? Tomar. That's the most stupid. Okay, you know what? I just really hope, because the queen's getting old, I just really hope she got away with it. She's demented. Have you seen the video of Prince Charles sneezing and a little kind of fetal sac like formed out of his ear for a few seconds and then gets sucked back in as he starts talking? Excuse me? What? Yeah.
No, I don't believe you.
Or would you not believe that? You know that little fetal egg balloon bloomed out of his ear? And then sucked back in? No. Like going, his arm blown off too.
Okay.
Yeah, in the book.
When? At the end or something?
No, at the beginning.
As a baby?
Yeah, in the book it's like he has a burn on his head, a scar, and he has one arm.
That's a lot. Yeah, what? Did they put his arm back on? Or are you fucking with me?
No, yeah, when he goes to Hogwarts, he gets a new arm.
But, wait, this happened when he was like an infant and he was initially attacked?
Yeah, his arm got blown.
That's fucked up, Chris. I don't know if I believe it, but I'm just gonna believe it anyway.
No, it didn't happen. But, it should have.
I saw a video of you kicking the shit out of some kid.
Me?
Or no, you were just laughing at some kid.
What are you talking about?
You know, when I think about it, I kind of gaslight you all the
What are
time.
you talking about?
There's a video online of you throwing a shoe at some kid.
That's not real.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
That's not real.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Huh?
It's the same video where you push the kid in the wheelchair down the stairs.
Shut up. What? For a minute, I was like, "This is happening." You've seen the Hornet lady? It's a lady who died in her armchair, and a bunch of hornets have passed right over her body. No, it's real, and she looks like this, like craggly, like wooden woman with a bunch of hornets coming out of her eyeballs.
What? Is that real?
No,
That sounded real.
could have been real.
The hornet lady.
You know that the guy who played Ron Weasley drives around England in an ice cream van throwing ice creams at small children?
What?
Zero. Oh, he throws ice creams at little kids.
What led him to this point in his life?
I guess he just didn't like being a celebrity no more.
Oh man, but like no
That's bullshit. That doesn't happen.
like in the episode the gay guy convinces Bart to be gay and then Homer sees the
They
light.
go to the steel mill. Yeah, and then Bart gets held down and fucked by the steel millers.
I remember that.
Is that no? Wait, is that
You're not believing that story. Stop.
No, of course I don't. I've seen the episode. That's the only reason I don't believe it.
That's the only reason. Really?
The Simpsons have done some pretty
Don't worry, boy. It won't hurt.
Did you know they changed Reptile story in Mortal Kombat to who's actually a Powerpuff fetus and move on?
That happens though. That actually happens. They look like
I know, but that's what
Can grow up.
yeah, they grow into like glazed donut people. Yeah.
I know, but they're saying that's what he is now. He's not a wizard man.
Is that real?
The reason he spent no acid. I'm serious. They did a YouTube series for Mortal Kombat, and that's what they said his backstory was.
And that's why he can spit up acid. Elephant fetuses do. No, they don't. They hiss like lizard people.
You guys ever hear the story of the funeral workers who have to move coffins with forklifts? No,
They say I'm the viper, the window viper. I'm come to abolish everybody.
No.
Chris, what's the story?
People who kept going to that funeral home, the people who were having wakes, they kept being bruised really badly in the coffin and they had dents in their heads.
Oh my god.
And then they found out that the two forklift drivers were stacking them in place of the coffins, three bodies. It was real.
They're still playing Jenga.
Trying to make a staircase out of them to get to heaven.
Mean.
That's how they're making still it happen.
When I was at the zoo, and we were looking at flamingos, and me, my mom, my sister, and my uncle, and this guy hopped over the fence and he kicked the flamingo in the leg and it snapped. What kind of story is that to put on somebody? Why? Put it down. On the spot. They all came out with a bunch of guns. There's a fire. It all happened at the zoo that very day. 30 men with guns. It didn't happen, but it was such confidence I have to believe you.
Okay, well, what's happening is a dragon which is born out of I'm serious. It's actually the sky blue just born. I thought he was literally born. No, he was born. He was in the realm or something. I mean, yeah, the sky blue is that's the dragon. I mean, we beat this game. We have like. I don't want to say what's happening. It's a huge spoiler. Alright. I'm lying, by the way.
In the book, she's described as like a Neanderthal with big teeth and big bushy eyebrows and curly hair.
A Neanderthal?
Yeah.
Ginny or
Hermione? Look up Neanderthal Hermione, you'll see what I mean.
I'm gonna do that right now.
I don't even know what they're talking about. I fucking missed it all. I missed this entire fucking spiel.
The first thing that came up says Hermione plus Ron Weasley plus Dobby equals autistic child equals Neanderthal. What even is that?
That's a magic term. Fuck. Okay, wait, let's see what Hermione says.
Tomar, you throw all those things in a pot and that's how you create Hermione.
I did make this up. Here, look.
You throw it in a pot.
You throw it in. He's showing me Neanderthal. I made that shit up, Tomar.
I can tell, but
Go to the library on the second floor.
look at this.
Save that and send it to the editor.
That looks like the model of the game.
Wait, people listening have no emotional investment in Mike now. So we have to first instill
We
that
have to
upon
build
them.
them up. Make him
Mike
handsome.
worked at Newgrounds. He was a coder, and he was.
Mike has long flowing hair. He's part Centurion.
He's a brilliant guy.
He's like the smartest man in the world.
The smartest.
Also, he fell off the Eiffel Tower and survived.
Yeah, so
What?
I feel sorry.
His parts.
How do you do that?
He landed on both feet.
Yeah, like a cat. He's got cat reflexes.
That's not. How?
He cracked his bunions, but he's fine.
How high is the Eiffel Tower that you can do that?
He fell off the very top of it, so I don't know.
Jeff, how high is the Eiffel Tower? How did it fall?
He's trying to run
It's
down.
like
2 stories.
it can't be only 2 stories.
It's like fucking 60 stories.
The Eiffel Tower?
Yeah.
It's like 1 foot.
No, it's
What the hell? How the fuck is the Eiffel Tower 1 foot?
The Eiffel Tower.
What the fuck is the Eiffel Tower?
2 stories. It's in Philadelphia. It doesn't matter.
You guys are fucking idiots.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna feel bad for Mike who fell off the fucking Eiffel Tower and cracked his bunions but landed on both feet.
You know who I haven't talked about in a while? It's weird. Like, we used to always bring up Chris Boers and his shenanigans, but he totally went off the face of the earth.
Yeah, ever since Minecraft Puppet Steve, I haven't really talked about him.
Wait, what? Oh, you didn't hear what happened?
No. What?
One of his rampant psychotic episodes, he ended up forging his Minecraft Steve puppet.
We did it.
Yeah. Well, he was still having it on his hand.
You freaking lied to me about something this week, so I'm not believing you.
What did I lie
I'm
about?
trying to remember. It was fucking stupid.
What
You
if I
said
ever
the Walker
lied?
got a divorce, and I looked it up, and it didn't fucking happen.
Look up!
He's happily married for fucking 50 years.
Stop the crazy!
He's been married to the same woman. He's faithful.
He's been superimposed.
chewing two ferns for the rest of your life. This is the life you live. Corey, you're a liar. I'm not a liar. You're a filthy goddamn liar. Liar, plans for hire. Had a wife, couldn't deny her. How did you do that on the fly? I don't know. Did you guys see that clip of Banjo-Kazooie getting announced at the Nintendo store in New York? And all the dudes started screaming like, yes! Have you seen that?
I did, yeah.
Have you seen the aftermath video where they're all like asleep on the ground?
No.
Because they all exhaled so much air that it filled CO2 in the room too quick and they all passed out.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is that real?
God damn it. How can you believe such nonsense?
That sounded so smart. What the heck?
You know the story behind that song, right? No, what is it? So how the story goes is he was composing for Resident Evil. He had to remake the soundtrack with some copyright bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And the second, like, he was in his basement writing that song on his piano, and he got a call that said that his father died. So he started slamming on his keyboard, and he used that raw emotion and made it into the final game.
Wow.
That's actually,
Don't
you
touch
really
that
respect that
bloody
now.
wall.
That's not true at all. Dave, what? Have you seen the New York bow and arrow challenge video? No. Where people, like, fire bow and arrows, like, across, like skyscrapers to each other, and they catch the arrow. What the hell? That's real? Yeah, but there was a video of a guy who, like, did it, and he, like, hit another guy in, like, the shoulder, so it was stuck in his shoulder across. And then a guy committing suicide fell down onto the wire and pulled all three of them into a bloody mess on the ground.
You're no way. Is that real? This is too specific on details.
I've got to see this later. You guys are stupid. The music has kind of like a Five Nights at Freddy's story behind it. You know that?
It does.
What do you mean? Where the woman like wrote all this music for like funeral homes to play in the background. They were like, this sounds just like a fucking weird video game about Dracula. So she took that as inspiration and put
You're
it in
kidding.
Dracula.
That's real?
No, you fucking. That would have been fucking amazing if it was.
That was quite a large deal. I actually had no idea. I was totally
Why
intrigued.
would you believe that?
Because it sounds believable.
It sounds kind of cool. You believe the part where they said that this belongs in a video game about Dracula?
That part sounds kind of weird, but I thought you were just, you were interpreting it in your own Chris way. I thought
sorry.
people just said, like, this is really creepy and should be, like, in, like, a, what is it, like, Brother Lucosia fucking movie?
Do you ever hear about that woman who had a bug in her ear and she didn't know about it? And she started thinking, like, really scary things. And then when they removed the bug, she was back to normal.
That sounds a little urban mythy.
It is completely made up.
Okay.
There was these kids that lived near me. They used to have this, well, they all had airsofts, but they used to do this thing where they would, what do you call it when you boil a pot above water?
When you boil a pot above water? I get that. It would just become boiling water.
It was a black pot.
A cauldron?
Yes, they had. They used to sit outside and have a little bonfire and boil this cauldron, and then pour all these steel like BBs into it. And then there was this woman who used to rock back and forth in the chair and died.
That's terrible.
That's the most Irish story I've ever heard.
BBs already hurt without putting them in boiling water?
Yeah, no, they shot it into her eyes and she died.
That's terrible. It sounds like murder. Are you making that up?
Yeah, what could I do?
Scandalous.
Sorry. That's not a serious.
I love the idea of Irish children just like.
I can't believe you believe that. I'm sorry for trusting my friend. You should never trust me.
Wait, was that Herculad? What was that down there?
You're not pulling this shit again.
No, look.
I could guess it was.
Look!
Oh my god, it is.
He's from South Africa.
I don't know what like he looks like to me. He looks like a Swedish guy, maybe.
Yeah, he looks like, I don't know, he's got like he looks like a Nord man who got like hit on the head with a hammer, so his head went down into his neck.
I was gonna say it's kind of black.
I don't mean that, he's very handsome.
You mean that?
Yeah.
I think he's a handsome guy. Do you think he's really handsome, or is he just handsome because of all that money?
Definitely the money. Yeah. No, he actually is like, he's not a bad looking guy.
No, he's not afraid. He's not a second rate. Oh God.
There is a video of him taking a dog bath, though.
No, there isn't.
If he did that, he'd be in fucking jail.